Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, October the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can see me or see the screen and hear me in the main room. Just now, thank you, Torty, and good morning also, Dave, in our YouTube room. Well, before we get rolling, guys, at 8:30, some economic numbers, employment numbers came out, and market, I didn't see what they were, but obviously the market likes it. I think probably this market was already up a little bit, more than likely because it looks like that strike has been averted, the longshoreman strike, port strike. So I think the market was already up on that news, and then some numbers came out at 8:30, and this has made the market pop again. So, and having said that, I just want to check my economic calendar to see if anything else is. So at 9 o'clock, we've got one of the Fed presidents talking. We might be talking now, Williams. After that, there's really not much happening. Okay, in terms of the economic calendar. So now, before I get rolling on the ones that are up, look at poor Save. My goodness. Spirit Airlines guys save, and they're talking about plunging on a report of potential bankruptcy filing. I don't know if this is a Chapter 11 or just pure and utter financing. So I mean, save. Is anybody going to save? Save seriously? I mean, I don't know how big they are in terms of passenger or traffic in your country, but anyway, there is save. Interestingly, there are no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers for Save. So on now, this is a cheap one, PEV. Actually, it's an earnings play. So there is, we can point to a reason why this one actually popped up. Um, as Q1 results impress investors. Okay. Wow, they actually made money? Really? No, 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 no. Sorry. Excuse me. Well, the revenue jumped and the company posted a first quarter profit. Okay, well, they made some money. So that is PEV, probably a low float. Yeah, 16 million in the float. BENF. So this is soaring still. And the reason for that one consummates a transaction to increase permanent equity by $126 million. I freely admit I'm not 100% sure how to interpret all that. Obviously, the market's interpreting it as good, positive news. So we're going to be reclassified to permanent equity. Okay. So looking at a weekly chart for BENF, the next high is around 337. So there is still some room for BENF if it wants to keep moving. We have 2.4 million. You're saying draw, you're saying 3 million. Okay. We're in the ballpark. PW, Power REIT, Power REIT. And this, so what sort of room does this have? 271. It's got room. It does have some room. But wait a minute. On the daily chart, 248. So that's a little closer. I don't see any news on this one. Low float, 3.5 million, up 23%. I don't see any specific news. Thank you, Dave, for posting that information regarding the numbers that came. And also William in our main room, posting the information about the employment numbers that came out at 8:30. Guys, you might want to pay attention to this one. There's not very much volume, and it's not up a lot, but APOG, well, it's up 8%, so I guess it's not bad. Where is it? Oh, it's outside the price range, I think, in here. I don't think so. Wait a minute. It's the volume. Okay, it's the volume. Not much volume for this one, APOG. It's an earnings play. Why I'm drawing it to your attention is this is an all-time high, okay? Not much volume right now. but I'm sure the volume is going to pick up. So this could be interesting. Maybe even as a fade at some point. Lots of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 400,000. But APOG and smashes Q2 expectations, and it hikes their guidance for FY25. So there is that, despite the revenue dip. Now, because this strike is seemingly over, stocks like ZIM, which was ripping higher because of the strike, look at this. That's why, you start trying to swing these sort of stocks that are so linked to news. So I'm not a big swing trader anyway, but stocks like this that are so linked to news, and overnight, okay, we've settled the strike, boom, down. So there's ZIM. So on the weekly chart, the next low looks around not quite $1 away, around 18.17. Now Sage got hit also. Where is Sage? Sage got hit. I did see that RBC downgraded them with a $4 price target. What is it at now? $6? I don't see any other news on this one other than a multitude of lawyers wanting you to join them in a class action suit against the company, but I don't see any specific news on it today other than RBC downgrading them with a $4 price target. And Jebediah, yeah, Jebediah is still, yeah, there you are, JBDI. Oh wow, big drop now, 139 down to 117. I was wondering if it could maybe sustain this level and start to move. Of course, if you're in the room, when was this day here? This was back September 16th when it got up to, believe it or not, yeah, $40 on really no news. Okay, if you're looking for a reason, there is no reason, sane reason. I mean, there's always a reason. Maybe some guru out there in Twitter posted something about it. Maybe some group somewhere got a hold of it. A little bit like the WHLR. All right, 908. Let's see, anything else sneaking in here? I know this SNAL is there, but it's under $1. So if you're interested in stuff like that, here it is. I mean, it's up 21%. Not very much volume though. China stock, I think, OCFT. So let's take a look at, I mean, the China stocks, along with most of the market, of course, are moving higher. Again, there's KWEB, okay, up almost 3%. It's closing in on the high of a couple of days ago, but it's not ripping like it was on a Monday and I think Wednesday. Meanwhile, the SPY still hanging in there. What is the all-time high now? By the way, if you are still in the room, who was that who asked that question a while back? Biosurfer, are you still in the room? You asked about CDE. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw my response. So, I mean, you probably know. I mean, CDE is buying SILV, okay, Silvercrest. And so it's kind of typical that the acquiring company usually takes a bit of a hit the day of anyway. Obviously, still, this is up. They're paying a premium for it. CDE is taking a bit of a hit because of it. I don't know what the structure is. If it's stock, yeah. So it's a stock play. Doesn't look like there's any cash. So your position is being slightly being diluted. When I say your, I mean I'm talking if you were a current shareholder of CDE, your position is being diluted. If you're issuing stock for the purchase, so not much more to add, really. I don't think I've seen this one before. Barnes Group, B. I think I've heard of them, but what do they do? They engineered products, industrial technologies, aerospace segment. All right. So they're okay. They're a bunch of smart guys, I guess, who work at Barnes Group. So this is there's no volume on it really, but it is up 10%. Okay, following a report suggesting that Apollo Global Management is in talks to acquire the company. Okay, so that's the reason for the pop for Barnes Group B. Okay, $2 billion takeover in talks. Now I'm hearing American Airlines is moving higher here for some reason. Of course, the airlines have been hammered down because of the increasing oil prices, but raised to $9. Well, I don't know how to interpret this. You're already way over nine. However, a $12 target was put on by Evercore. That was yesterday. Let's see how Jets is doing. Let's see if the entire segment is moving higher or is it just American? Yeah, okay, so the a little bit of a move. I mean, not much volume. Let's take a look at United, UAL. Yeah, so it looks like the airlines are having other than Save, of course, are having a bit of a surge here. Let's take a look at Delta, DAL. I'm sure it's going to be the same. Mhm. All right, guys, 9:13. So, okay, let's take a look at the market is obviously in for a nice initial pop anyway, as long as this holds. What time is it now? So, about 15 minutes before the market opens, 15 before the market opens. So, holding this area. So, that holds. We're in for a nice open anyway. So, let me take a look at the major sectors. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, and you can see 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. In terms of an ETF watch, they're the semis, SMH. Okay, semis are up 1.88%. So let's just take a look. Is there any weak sector? Well, here we go. Utilities weak. Why? Well, if the market's going to rip like this, people usually kind of shy away from these stocks because they're boring. At least that's my interpretation. These are dividend stocks, and while when people are fretting about the market, the utilities usually do pretty well. Now, I'm not; they're not all tanking. Don't get me, but 93% are down from yesterday's close. So let's see now. I do this right. Okay. I'll go over the major. So XLE has to be moving again further and further away from that 200-day moving average. Okay. As oil prices start to keep increasing. Let's take a look at retail. Retail was one that was sort of drifting down towards that 200-day moving average. Yeah, in fact, look at that, guy. So now retail, well, it did close above, but look at that. It actually broke down below the 200-day moving average yesterday briefly. Okay. It did close above it, but that is the sector that's kind of in trouble. I mean, we're having a pop right now, but that is the sector that is probably right now the closest to that 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare. Healthcare has been just on fire. At least it was on fire. Okay, it was on fire here, but you know what? It is starting to drift down now too, with that 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP. XLP. So while it's starting to move down, can't even see the line. So what is the 200-day? $76. So it's underneath here. So still above. Industrials, XLI. Okay, you can see it, but still very strong. Industrial still very strong. Financials, XLF. Still strong. Consumer discretionary, XLY. It's starting to drift down a little bit, but still, well above it. So we looked at now. Utilities are going to be above the 200-day. Still well above it. Okay, it's just today. Most of the utility plays are down. You can see what's happening right there, but still well above the 200-day moving average. Because that's wow. I mean, it's well above it. $68. So you can't even see it. Materials, XLB. I'm hearing JetBlue, guys. JetBlue, of course, was trying to merge with Save. XLB, yeah, still well above. And communications, XLC. I think, yeah, the airlines are moving higher here. I'm hearing AAL again. XLC, communications well above it. Now, technology was, at some point was starting to drift down towards it. XLK. Yeah, you can see that it was, drifting down towards it, but still, above. So really, the only sector that is in sort of trouble right now in terms of the 200-day moving average is retail. Ugh, I did it again. Big deal, but okay, guys. You guys have the same issue that I have. I don't know if it's because I'm on a development version, but I've got my browser interface. I've selected that for this chart and any other chart I might have. But when I save my layout and then I bring it back, it doesn't. It doesn't. It still reverts to the legacy charts. I don't know if I'm. It's because I don't know if it's because I'm on a development version all the time, but any significant? Well, I mean, there was news. I mean, there was news. So, I mean, whether or not and the market's reacting well to it. Well, this is the news. Okay, yeah. Question in our YouTube room. Do I see any significant news about EENF? This is the news on it. Consummates transaction to increase permanent equity by 126 million. I'm not a financial expert by any stretch, but obviously the market is liking liking this, rewarding them. Hmm, interesting. I see what you guys are talking about, snapping up consumer staple type goods because of that strike that is now appears to be over. This is really well where I shop anyway. Business is normal as usual. I was there. I was, or when was I? What are we now? Friday. I was in there on Wednesday. There's no issue. There's Ford. Yeah. Okay. Ford is popping in here. January 15th. Okay. Well, that should give them time to. I mean, I saw a bunch of percentage increases that they seem to agree to, but okay. Yeah. These AAL guys, it's really what a move it's making. $12 is the next high in the weekly chart. Okay, guys. So the Ford is one that has snuck in here that wasn't there before. So Ford, and as William said, he'll be a newsletter writer, newsletter mentioned supposedly. Okay, coming into that 200-day moving average, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is typical, for these stocks that have, such a low float. It's probably a good thing, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, if you can time a top on these things, sure, you're going to get a massive move down, but can be pretty tricky sometimes. So I don't really get too upset about not having shorts available for these real low floaters. Many times at Interactive Brokers. Well, that's why I asked the question. Rich. I mean, how many? What is the passenger carry load for for Save? So you're right. I mean, would you book on Save right now? Never. I mean, what do they announce bankruptcy tomorrow? So Chapter 11. So that's why I was looking to see if they're talking about Chapter 11. So and if they do declare bankruptcy, it won't happen immediately. 44 million per year. So I don't know how significant that is compared to the bigger ones. All right, guys, want to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So, okay, and as always, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, William, thanks for that info. Hopefully, not too disruptive for you. So the question Nyama asked about the news on Ford. William in the main room said that there's a report that some newsletter talked about it. That's the only news that we could find. Well, I can't find it. It's not in my news headline, but William, I guess whatever news feeder he's got, that's what he said. These are the things that just never understand computers. You see all my little taskbar items down there. Normally I can do this and it'll cover them all up, but not today. Not that it's a big deal, but well, less than a minute now to the open, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. It's been, as always, been exciting, especially with the China stocks early this week. But now let's see what happens with this market today. Let's see if it can, reasonably hold these gains. There's nothing on the economic calendar for the rest of the day that should affect the market. Other things can affect the market, of course, but nothing planned on the economic calendar. No more Fed guys talking. Hmm. All right, guys, we are open for business. And there's Ford, ADTX now. ADTX making a market high, not a pre-market high, but ADTX. Did I talk about that one this morning? I don't think I have it on that list, but anyway, ADTX. And let's keep an eye on that opening bar for the SPY. Okay, guys. Yeah, Ford. Ford is well. There's the market high. Okay, at 533. Pre-market high is way up here at 637 or so. Again, another crazy low floater. ASPI. Okay, ASPI above the 200-day moving average. I don't see. Is there any news on this one? Initiated by at Canaccord. I don't see a price target. Target of 450. Okay, that's from Canaccord. That is from Canaccord. Okay. Now looking left, the high this week looks like maybe this today's high looks like it was at 329. Last week's high was 329. So you can see it. Maybe if we can get through that, then the next high looking left is 397. So 329 would be a key area for this one to try to get through the ASPI. Okay, guys. Now this SNAL actually now is above a dollar. Okay, and we saw this in the pre-market. I don't really pay that much attention to the stocks under a dollar, but now it is popping above a dollar. Okay, not a lot of volume yet, but it is popping above a dollar. SNAL. I don't see any specific news. I'm just looking at my headlines. I don't see any specific news on it. SNAL. ZIM still flushing from, I guess, with the dock workers strike looking like it's going to be over. Okay, GSIW guys, GSIW. I put a price of, okay. This could be really interesting. GSIW 218. 218 is the high. Looking left, it's at 213 right now. And if it can get through that, look left, and man, what a 740 is the next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it gets through 218, but I don't see any specific news on it today. I'm not even sure we had news on it yesterday, but volume is starting to come in. GSIW, China stock, of course. Oh, I'd be really paying attention to this one. It takes out 218 in a big way. 218, yeah. 218 is the next high looking left. Low float, 4.6 million in the float, and that is GSIW. If it meets your trading style, well, it's just all about the room it's got. So I have to put my reset my alert up in that area again. So I'll put it at 220 or so. and see if it pops through that. Oh, nice one, Shady on the EVGO. I know you took this one early. Whoops, that's Tiger. Earlier. Let me see what price you got in at. 638. Nice, nice, nice. It's had a really interesting start. I mean, it was really dropping. Well, look at Tiger now, over a dollar, over $10 now. Tiger's over $10. Again, China stock. Boy, this is really interesting. Right around that $10 level, guys. That holds $10. I know it's a little early right now. It's only 9:36 for me, but if it holds $10, and keep an eye on KWeb, make sure that KWeb is strong, which it is not. Interesting. So Tiger is moving against the overall China market. Okay, I mean it's still up 2.7%, but Tiger is definitely stronger than what the overall China market is as we speak. Anyway, be a lot nicer if KWeb was moving higher. Okay, ADTX. Wow, it's got room. Look at the room it's got. ADTX. $5. I mean, the next high is around $5 on the daily chart. So this has got some room also. ADTX. They delivered some kind of a shareholder update yesterday. It really had almost zero effect. See well how well this holds three. It's all about the room looking left. I mean, the potential. And just won the first race. First race here. I'm glad to meet. I'm glad that worked out for you, Stevie. Yeah, in our YouTube room. Um, yeah, just I'm just waiting to see if how well it can hold. It's a little early for me to take a trade like this, but I just want to see if it can hold three again. That's the ADTX. Now, okay, there's no way it's 89,000 in the float. My goodness. Let's just take a look and see. Yeah, well, it's still low. Only 240,000 in the float for ADTX. Give me one moment, guys. Did a reverse split 2 days ago. Okay. Yeah, that's what I saw. 240,000. I don't know where we're getting 89,000. Okay, guys, GSIW. Oh man, this is really, really interesting, guys. GSIW, just because of the room it's got when you look left, China stock. Yeah, Ford got halted on the way up or the way down? On the way up. Okay, did get halted on the way up. Keeping a close eye on this GSIW. As long as holding over that 218 level. So this has been halted. Ford has been halted. Come on, GSIW. Okay, maybe I think it might be poised right now, guys. Up to you. I'm not telling you to take the trade. I don't think it really has that much to do with the overall China market. I may be wrong, but 'cause I doubt if KWeb is doing the same thing. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. There's even JetBlue, guys. JetBlue on the move here. What the rest of these airlines, man. Don't worry. I know we've gone black. It's okay. Okay. So Ford came out, and what did it? Wow. So it got halted at 420, 525, and it is now above that halt price. Again, as William said, it's some maybe newsletter writer somewhere or some group is pumping this thing. Can't find any other news on it. Waiting to see how well this GSIW can hold that 218 level. Really, yeah, it's dripping down below it now. Well, I'll have to reset my price alert at that level again. And it's, I'm just looking at the high of a few days ago and see if it can really, really take it out. SGMT guys. Now SGMT through the 200-day moving average. Well, there's the ADTX through that 3 level now. And so now the next high is 529. But let me get back to the SGMT. SGMT through the 200-day moving average. Looking left, the next high is 554. So that is certainly far enough away. Okay, I know it's an AI alert also at 484 RAI. Guys, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. Okay. How's this BENF doing? So this is the type of stock that maybe, we've had the big surge, but maybe, for the next while, couple of hours or so, maybe it just kind of rests. And then later on in the day, it's not that high because remember, we've got this huge potential gap. We'll have to see later on in the day. Another one that's on the move for some reason, AMPX. However, looking left, next high is 123, so that is obviously too close. And even when you start looking left, to me anyway, there looks like there's just too much resistance between the current price and the 140 level. So it just means I can't take the trade, or won't take the trade. So is there news on SGMT? Leerink maintains coverage. And what sort of price target? Wow, $26 price target. Okay. That's the reason for the move for SGMT today. It's not a low float. 51 million in the float, not high, but it's not low, not crazy low like some of them. Meanwhile, the market is hanging tough. Dow's up 200, Nas is up 200, SPY is up 4.2. So market is hanging tough. The China stock guys, JKS, Jinko Solar, and this is taking out all that high of about 4 days ago. The Cure, Qure. Is this China? No, it is not. It's the Netherlands. Okay, so again, look left. Well, what do we see? 527. We see some potential resistance between here and the 530 mark. So again, I won't take the trade. Well, rocket companies. Now look left on this one. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 1580, so about $1 away. Underneath that whole number, I don't know if there's any specific news on it, but they have earnings at the end of the month. But I don't see any specific news on it today. Why this would be moving down like this? I don't know if it's a segment thing. All right, guys, I mentioned this APOG earlier. The volume is starting to pick up, not huge yet. This is actually an AI play from us also. All-time high now, earnings play, APOG. Yeah, it could be GB regarding Rocket. Okay, I'm still, a glimmer of hope for the GSIW. Just waiting to see. I mean, that 218 is the key level because that's the high of 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, right there. 218. So it's still hanging around that area. Just has to really pop through it. Yeah, I remember when Rocket Mortgage did their IPO and it was highly anticipated. Highly. I mean, they advertised like heck all over the place on the television. And so, but you know what? Came out, was pretty good for a bit and then nothing. Fizzled. I think there was one day when it became a meme stock. The memers took control of it, had a high short float, I believe. One day, a long time ago. Yeah, look at the short float. I think it might have even been higher then. All right. Well, let's see how further down Rocket can go. Just watching this one to see how well it holds underneath that whole number. I'm talking about RKT. It's got a little bit of room, a dollar. Well, not a little bit. It's got a lot of room underneath if it wants to keep moving down. You guys were mentioning Summit earlier. I heard something. Wow, someone popped up and then it dropped. All right. Well, Rocket's inching its way down. RKT inching its way down. Yeah, there's definitely a move down now for the SPY. I mean, we're still up a lot, but definitely a move down now for the SPY. No news in terms of economic news. No numbers are coming out right now, but whoa, just a minute. Give me one moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, there's GSIW. Sorry about that. GSIW is now back a little bit over that 118. It's I just want to see if it can really hold over there because I mean, if it starts to move and the volume starting, I mean, look at the volume, great volume, 2.5 million, 4.6 in the float, 49 times normal volume. I think if it can get into the 230s and hold there, I think it could have a run. Okay. I mean, it got up to what, 229? 229. So I'm going to stick an alert 231 and see if it can get into the 230s and hold. And that might be my sign. Okay, well, I have my price alert set, so I don't have to keep watching it. So I'm just going to move on and see if it hits that price alert later on. ULCC, not a low float, 52 million in the float. We've seen this one in the past. See if there's a reason. Okay, so this is in the airline sector. Okay, airline sector. Frontier. Well, this is Frontier. Okay. Take a look at VFC, guys. VFC. So hanging in there, 2035, kind of basing a little bit in this area. Looking left on the weekly chart, I can't see anything. So I'll go to my monthly chart and see where the next high is. The next high is at 2066. When was that? That was December of 2023. So not a year, not quite a year ago, but that was the high. So I don't know how much room this has got then. If looking at that monthly high over here, it's not that far away, 40 cents away. Like to see more room. I mean, it could just keep ripping. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any news on it. I agree, William. It sounded weird that the airlines are up because huge percentage of their costs, of course, is the price of oil and jet fuel, etc. So yeah, it's sort of baffling. It, as I think GB or somebody pointed out. I mean, save all those passengers have got to go somewhere. Well, speaking of save, having a bit of a bounce. I haven't seen EVGO coming by, so I guess it wasn't making new highs. What did it do? EVGO. I know Shady took this one early and got up there. Wow, all the way back down to 6. I'm not sure what his stop was, but still looks okay. I mean, it's up 11 cents, from yesterday's close. Look at Blue Owl Capital, guys. Owl, OWL, lifetime high for OWL. Big float, half a billion in the float. It's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. So there is, I don't see any. Okay, so that was the news yesterday. Blue Owl Capital in talks to acquire data center company IPI Partners. So that was the news yesterday for OWL. Yeah, I'm missing the boat, I guess, on the Ampex, AMPX, and Ford now is also not a pre-market high, but getting closer, I guess. 632 is the pre-market high. I'm still somewhat fixated on the GSIW. I want to see if I can get into the 230s later. Well, if you're looking for some kind of a bounce, maybe here's Rivian, RIVN, RIVN, and the stock dropped because it cut production guidance. I only see the odd Rivian out there in Vancouver anyway, and who knows, it could be the same one. Meanwhile, guys, look at this. Look at this market. Look like okay, maybe we're going to have a reasonable drop, but nope, not yet. Anyway, yeah, I have not seen a Cybertruck in person. Friends of ours ordered one a long time ago. I don't know if they've got it yet. I think they're crazy. But so, okay, Stevie in our YouTube room saying that Kramer had his take on Rivian this morning on his show. Good old Kramer. Yeah, Ernie certainly got Hummers rolling, didn't he? Way back. I still see that picture of him, big stogie in his mouth, driving down, I don't know what street in California, probably Los Angeles, looking like a tank commander. All right, American maybe taking a bit of a drop here, guys. 1136 could be a support area. Nope. Misa, until it is actually tested by us with real money, and I don't know, I think they're trying to do that sometime this month, but first step is to test it in in Brokerage Plus, okay, in simulation mode. I don't know when they're going to be able to do that because it's taking those top three and rotating them all day long. Not these ones necessarily, but well, you could do any one of them, but it has to somehow, they have to be able to figure out a way to take those top three immediately and then rotate out when one comes, another one comes in, sell that one, the one that drops out, and just keep doing that all day. So I don't know how long that's going to take before they can figure out a way to actually do it. But yeah, as you can imagine, it is a big marketing push by the company to get it done. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, oh, I know, Div. I know. Let's see if it has room to kind of run now. I mean, it's not room to run, obviously, but will it? Because Misa, I mean, it's like sort of like a top list. And as you know, the only way you can automate right now, if you want to automate your own strategy, it has to be based on an alert window with a trigger. Okay. Now, these are top lists. So that's the challenge in order to, for the system to see these. When I say these, I mean the top three, and then constantly and take them immediately, and then rotate them out immediately. The ones that drop out, another one comes in. So I don't know how, I don't, I'm not a developer, obviously. So here's another one that maybe we keep an eye. No, maybe not. I thought it was at the high here, but QSG, another one of these little China stocks. Sorry, guys, give me another moment. I'll be right back. I'm actually not leaving my seat, but I have to do something. So give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. EWTX. Let's take a look at EWTX. This is a more expensive one in this race. You don't often get ones that are this expensive in that race, but let's take a look at it. 28.41 though is the next high. That's last week's high. So 1016, let me go over my homepage right now and stick around because I will show you all the scans that I'm currently sharing, including obviously the ones that I'm displaying, but I do have a lot of other scans. Yes, that's an easy one. Srinath, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Let me just show you how. Question is, how do we scan for stocks or filter for stocks with a stock whether a stock price is greater than the 200-day moving average? Okay. Yeah, that's a real simple one. Let me just quickly show you. Okay, so I'm just going to use this alert window as a template, but I right click, configure, and then click on search. I'm going to type in 200. Okay. Change from the 200-day moving average. Okay. Change from the 200-day moving average. So if you use this filter, percent, if you use that filter, percent, add the filter. And if you put, like literally like 0.001 or anything, that means it has to be above. Now you can put whatever percent you want, but if you just want to make sure it's above, then you just in the min, you just put, some positive number. And then all the stocks you see will be above the 200-day moving average. Okay, great. All righty, guys. GSIW. Now, I am going to take some off in case I can't get through 250. Okay. That's me. That's only me. You don't have to do the same thing, but I always look at that 50-cent level as being the for stocks under 5 as a potential barrier. All right, now let's take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. So right at the very top, here is a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if at any time in the future you want to take out a subscription, please use that code or whatever code is on my homepage. It can change, of course, but use the code that's on my homepage because that means the rooms will get credit for the subscription. And these are free rooms, and that's what the company wants to see that they're being utilized. So consequently, that's the way they know if people use my promo code. It's that simple. Okay. You must do the get started. If you do take out a subscription, 10 short videos, starting off with a download and install, first startup and login. Scrolling down a little bit, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. The two main elements of trade ideas, top lists and alert windows. Okay. This is a software program. I know I repeat myself every single day, but it's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. So in those 10 short videos, we try to cover all the important aspects. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss, a trader, put together, all free. Okay. So if you're new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, make sure you check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section is here. Let me get this a little bit bigger. There is our user guide. Boy, we're really changing up our displays on these pages now. Anyway, getting started. Here's that getting started again. Way more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Now, here is a section on TI stock racing. I'm going to go over this race that you can see. But here's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. You see that I love to use price alerts on the charts. This is how you do it. And if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, there's more information in this user guide. You do not have to learn everything that's in the user guide. And here's the getting started again. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday, so it should be Andy. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. And last, on my homepage, if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So biggest gainers from the start of the race. So I'm displaying some of these scans, okay, that you can actually see. I'm displaying this one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Boy, the Halts resumes hardly active today. Usually this is super active, but anyway, Halts resumes is right over here. The relative strength leaders from the close is right here, okay? And then the upside movers versus downside movers is right there. Now, I do have a couple of other scans that I have up and running. I have a momentum scan on my other monitor, which is right here. And I also have one other race. The large cap gainers from the, right up here. The large cap gainers from the start of the race. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. And you can take a look at them. My only thing is do not have them all up and running at the same time. That would be information overload, okay? And I probably plan to bring this one back, gap continuation or reversal scan, especially when we get into earnings season in a couple of weeks. Now, you can have it running if you want right now, but I don't plan to use it until we get back into earnings season. Okay, guys. Well, I'm I'm out of a break of 240. I will take a look at GSIW if it takes out 250. Okay. As I said before, that 50-cent level for these cheap stocks under 5 can sometimes be as tough to get through as a $1 level, and you can see what it did. I mean, it's sort of uncanny, isn't it? I mean, I think it got to 249. So that's why I took some out. And I'll make it back. But so what I'm going to do now is just stick an alert at the high here and see if it takes it out later on in the day. I wanted to short that double American Airlines AAL. That would have been a nice one. I lost sight of it because I got into that GSIW. Oh well. So what is Trade Ideas? I like to demonstrate its power using this momentum scan. This is an alert window, and we are excellent at real-time alerting. So if I right-click on this scan and click on Configure and click on Summary. So there are many screening programs out there, but we take it one step further. We can screen, of course, but we are great at real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, this is what it is looking for. And you can see GSM is making, you're seeing it right there. I'll show you why. If the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, okay? The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's why I call this a momentum scan. So the bottom line is if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing SNAL, over and over as it makes a new high of the day, 109 now, okay? And these are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, of course, you can have it. It's on my homepage and it's called Momo. If you want to make any changes, of course, you can do that too. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to add something, add a filter that you like. Okay, up to you. This is what I like to see, though. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Next, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, you can do that also. Whoops, click on search. So you can see right at the very top, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other, when you see these icons, these are all the other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I scroll down, these icons, these are the filters that we have. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I possibly supposed to learn all these? Well, you don't have to. That's the good news. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. It's that simple. So it should be obvious then that they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters. Okay, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn them all. Give me one moment, please. My music has stopped for some reason, which is very important for me. Okay. So right at the very top here, the two most popular ones, as I said, the new high and the new low of the day. Personally, these are the only two I use. Okay. And it doesn't, and just a handful of the filters. It doesn't mean that the rest of these are useless or anything like that. It just means that for my style of trading, that's all I care about. But that's my style of trading. Your style of trading may be very different, and you might be able to take advantage of some of the other real-time alerts and all those different filters that we've got. Okay. So please don't get hung up on how many we've got. Yeah, don't have to learn them all. I think if anybody is, you've been trading for a while, I think what I would be doing then, if you're not used to this program, it's just scrolling down and seeing what we do have. Okay. And if you're used to trading, you might see something. Ah, I know what that one means. I think I'll use that one. We had a question in our YouTube room just a while back from Srinath wanting to know, can you filter for stocks that are priced greater than 200-day moving average? Well, yes, you can, as an example. And a lot of questions, and I listen, I this is a trading room, but it's also for me, it's also a big support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. And now I will say this, if you're wondering if we've got something, okay, best thing to do is go to an alert window and right click and click on configure. And then in the search box, for instance, in that one, Serena, if you typed in 200, you would have seen the change from the 200, okay, 200-day as an example. But if people are wondering, well, what do you have for RSI? Well, type in RSI. This is what we have. Now, if you're looking for a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay, you can't make it up. We don't have it. If you're looking for anything we have for stochastics, this is what we've got. If you're looking for another time frame, we don't have it. Okay, so that's the best thing you can probably do is just go to the search box and type something in to see whether or not we've got it and what time frames we've got them on. A lot of people are looking at SMA. We've got a lot of stuff on SMA crosses. Okay, and here's the other. We have 50-day SMA, 20-day, 10-day, 8-day. Okay, so that's the best thing you can do is just type it in and see what we've got. And if we don't have it, then you can't just make it up. In other words, you can't just say, well, I want the, I don't know, the 7 period, whatever. We don't have it. But that's the whole thing. I mean, that's sort of I guess the trade-off by not having a program for you to, design your own scans from scratch. We tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters. So again, for I think the absolute majority of our customers, they're fine with those. Okay. But that's the whole thing, Srinath. The list, when you say is a bit overwhelming, you don't have to learn everything. For instance, if you look at like this, I don't know them all. I mean, I've been a subscriber of Trade Ideas since 2010. Man, so that's 14 years. Okay. I have no idea what a lot of these mean because I don't, because they don't, I don't care about them. Okay. I don't know what an, I mean, I can, if you're interested, I mean, an inverted check mark. So you click on it, you can click on help and, you can find out what it means, but I don't care what it is because it doesn't mean anything to me. Okay. But for some, they might know, oh, I know what an inverted check mark is. Maybe I'll use that as a real-time alert. So again, if you're wondering what some of these things mean, just because person is inquisitive, you just have to click on it and click on help, and that'll tell you exactly what it's all about. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. Think about MS Word. I like to use MS Word as an example. Look at the MS Word manual. Okay, it's huge. But for the average person, all they care about is, okay, how do I how do I type on my screen? And how do I create a new document? How do I save it? Maybe how do I change the font or something? I mean, some very basic stuff. But when you look at the manual, it would be overwhelming if somebody said, "Well, you've got to learn the whole manual before you can use the program." That'd be crazy, right? Same thing with trade ideas. You don't have to learn everything. It's a compare count window, Roman. Okay, this question about this window right there. It's called the compare count window. Basically, it takes two scans and they compete against each other. So if I took a look at the two scans, click on configure. It's called the compare count window. So green data, red data. Okay, configure. If I take a look at it, what it's looking at is new high of the day, pre-market highs, and post-market highs. Prices. So what'll happen is it'll compete against a scan that has all the same values. Price is going to be between $2 and $75, 300,000 shares. The volume of the last minute, 300% of normal, etc. But what can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by that is a new high of the day obviously can be flipped to a new low of the day, and pre-market lows, pre-market post-market lows, and also the stock being up 2% from yesterday's close, down 2%. Okay, down 2%. So it would take those two scans now you and it compete they compete against each other, and when we get these green, so right now 73% of the tickers that have come through here have been green, 27% have been red, and these are all, it's like a ticker. You just click on the alert, click on the symbol, and you'll see what's happening. So it's just a different way of presenting our data. I could have taken two scans and put them side by side like this. So for instance, in the momentum scan, okay, I could do the same thing. If I right click and duplicate this, okay. So what if I wanted to have a competitive one, but on the way down? That's what the compare count window is doing. Okay. And so when I look at the configuration, what can be flipped will flip. You see, I have a little flip there. So new high can be flipped to new low, and price up 2% can be flipped to down 2%. Watch what happens when I flip it. Okay. So this is a quick way of, and so you could create this from scratch, but if you want to sort of have a couple of scans that compete against each other, one on the way up, one on the way down, this is a way in which you can do it. Okay. And so that's what the compare count window does. I could have taken those two scans that I showed you and just put them side by side in in this fashion. But this is just a different way of presenting our data. Okay. Camarilla pivot point. Now I know there's a way in which they can create the filter for them. I mean, you don't have to use a compare count. I just think it's just a different way of presenting the data. Okay, that's all. People, if you're old school, we're used to a ticker tape. So as far as I don't know if they'll ever do anything. Well, first of all, let's see. I don't have anything right now. Yeah, Camarilla's not there. Yeah, I don't know. You can go to info@trade-ideas.com and make a request, and they'll probably put it in a. I have no idea if and when they'll do it, but at least they'll know there's some interest. Okay. All right, guys, let me go over the races now. Okay. This is another, not, well, quite frankly, just like the compare count, another way to display our data in a race format. So let me explain what the race is all about. So biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. So I'm running 4-minute races. Okay. Why I pick 4 minutes? I just did. You don't have to run a 4-minute race. You can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you really want. And again, if you go to click on my home page and go to the education section, go to the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. But I'll show you what this one is doing. So since the race started almost 4 minutes ago, this one is going to end. QSG is up 2.6%, and it just won the race. Okay. And you can see it, obviously, that was the first race it won. So what happens is that there's an automatically is a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So ADTX has won 3 races, GSIW 3 races, etc. Some days we'll see a stock that's run like 15, 20, 30 races. I mean, those are the stock that would be super, super active. And so right now, UXIN is leading the race. We're a little over half a minute into it. It's up 3.5%. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, look what it's doing. Okay, that's pretty cool. So how I'd be using the race is, first of all, you don't have to wait for a stock to have won a race in order to click on it. Okay. In fact, if you see any symbol that's in this list here, I would click on it, see what's happening. I would obviously click on the one that's at the top here just to see what's happening. But, I would definitely click on anything that you see in here just to check it out. That's number one. Number two, if you were more into maybe pullback plays, okay, that's not my style. But if you're more into pullback plays, first of all, you can click on any one of these, but maybe click on one of the ones that have won a race before and see what has happened. Well, you can see that SGMT has really pulled back. Has it pulled back to a level that you're interested in? For instance, if you like the VWAP, if you think the VWAP can act as support, the VWAP for this one is at 460, so it's below it. But what if it had just pulled back into the VWAP, into the area, and held, and then bounced off it? It all depends on your style of trading. Maybe it's pulled back into a moving average that you like. Okay, pulling back, see if that moving average holds it. Again, you have to have some experience in trading. Obviously, if you're brand new to trading, none of this will make sense, and that's why we have that series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Trade Ideas is an idea generator. It's not going to teach you how to trade so much, okay? But what it does is it allows you to just sort of filter down the universe of stocks into the stocks that you might want to see. But just because they show up doesn't mean you just take the trade. So that's a way in which you can use this top 10 list. Check out to see whether or not what they're doing. Let's see what happened with the UXIN. We have the China stock. So now the question really should be, for those who have not seen this before, is, well, why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this race and you notice one of the options says open top list, that popped up on my other monitor. I've got two other monitors. So this is the top list that this race is based on. Okay. Notice when I right click on it, I can launch the real-time stock race. So again, you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch a race. In this particular top list, this is what I'm looking for. Again, it doesn't have to be what you're looking for. But if I right click and configure, so if a stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up on this list of stocks. Notice how big this list of stocks is. I mean, I can't even display them all. Okay. So how the top list window, and you can still use it like this, but before we had races, this is how a person would use a top list window. If I right click, you can sort on any column header that you have. So I've got the change from the close, that's C%. I double left click, it tells me that Ford is up 44% from yesterday's close, SNAL 41%, etc. Okay, all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, change from the open, I can double left click and there's UXIN just showed up. Remember, 21%. So, I mean, this is interesting information to have, and if you want to use that sort of information to find stocks to trade, that's fine. Okay. But what the race does, which is very, very cool, I think. Okay. What if, well, EVGO, okay, EVGO, what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It's been an active stock. What if it's up it's up 5.6% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden it really started to charge up this list of stocks? And it was up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%. How would you know that? You can't possibly, stare at a list of stocks and find something that's moving up. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't have to. That's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near, at the top of the change from the close or change from the open. It doesn't care. All it cares about is if it's in this list of stocks, and it has to be at least up 2% from yesterday's close. But if it starts moving up, that's what the race does for you. It shows you the stocks from the start of the race that are moving up the most. It's that simple. And there's that EVGO. Okay, there's the EVGO now making a new high again. And you can see it's on this list. Now, this race is a very volatile race. Okay, volatile meaning you can get some big moves up and even bigger moves down. Okay, or a lot of choppiness because these can be very volatile. They can be very fun to trade, but they can be very disastrous to trade too if you don't have any experience. So what I do probably, if I were brand new to trading, I'd probably maybe take a look at this one, the large cap gainers. Notice that you typically in this particular race, you're not going to see like big percentage moves. Okay, this is 0.8%. In this one, you can see some big moves. I mean, 5, 10, 15% sometimes. Okay, so what is the major difference? If I right click on it and open the top list, I'm probably not going to get actually a pretty big list of stocks. If you were in the room yesterday, there were only about 20 stocks in this list, but because the market is ripping today, there's a big list of stocks. So what is the difference? Well, I added two filters. If I right click, configure, summary. So there's my price range, 10 to 50. 500,000 shares, but this is what I added, a half a billion market cap, 500 million. Not that that's, for a lot of you, that's not a huge market cap, but that's what I put, 500 million and 50 million in the float minimum. These two filters are not here. So it could be a crazy low market, could be a very low market cap, and it could be a very low filter or a float. So because of that, though, you're not going, you're typically only going to see stocks that don't move like in a huge amount, but they're still great to trade. And the same thing is there's a top 10 list that is automatically built for you. Okay. Okay, so that's another great list that you can follow all day long. That's going to be, click on it, take a look. Here's NCLH, one of the cruisers. If it meets your trading style, maybe it's hit the moving average that and it's held. Maybe the VWAP is held at 2036. You can see there's the VWAP at 2036. So maybe that meets your trading style. There is no market clock display option. No. How would you use that? I mean, you'll hear me say every now and then that, this 15-minute candle has, whatever, I just check my clock on my computer clock, or well, within my broker's platform. So I know what time it is. So I know that this has another, I don't know, 13 minutes to close. But the only indicator is again the time of the alert. It has to be an alert window, and that gives you the time of the alert. But how else would you why would you care? I'm just trying to figure out what difference would it make. The only time I really pay attention to a clock is, again, I want to, every now and then you'll hear me say, well, this candle has another 1 minute or 2 minutes to close. But I just look at my broker's platform, and that tells me. Whew. So again, if there are questions, again, don't be shy. Okay. Boy, I used to see this evoke a lot, but I haven't seen this one for a long, long time. Look at the room it's got on the weekly chart, $8. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but yeah, you can either check. I mean, my computer time is down there, but because I'm looking at my interactive brokers platform all the time, when I click on an alert, I mean, I'm immediately, and now this is something I should always tell people. There's a way in which, for a lot of the brokerage platforms, certainly interactive brokers and all, when you click on an alert, any symbol, call it, this is not necessarily an alert, but you click on a symbol. I don't care if it's in a compare account, in a race, in an alert window. Okay. I click on this and it immediately loads into my brokerage platform. I don't have to type the symbol in. And this is because we've got something called an external linking tool. And we link with many brokers. Okay. And again, the linking is just a huge time saver. So when you click on an alert, it shows up in your broker's platform. And from there, that's where I trade it. Okay. It's just a huge time saver. If you are clicking on a lot of symbols like I am all day long. Okay. Boy, look at Tiger. Look at Tiger. I mean, this is still amazingly strong, guys. You know, yeah, I think it's mainly the fintechs, the like the fintech China stocks. Wow, look at this, just pop, guys. Uh, and look at this. Here's a race. I mean, and this. Wow, look at Tiger going, guys. So it's not that all the China stocks. It's just more right now, anyway. Because look at KWeb. I mean, KWeb's not really doing much. I mean, it's actually, if you look at it, pre-market, it was up here, and now, it sort of slid a bit. But it's more the China fintechs that are like Tiger. So again, how do we see Tiger? Wow, look at this. Leading a race here, leading a race here. So even though this is a large cap, it's still that's what makes this really interesting, because it's also showing up here, even though it has a fairly large market cap. We get the Tiger here. I mean, fairly large market, 119 million in the float. There's GSIW. I'm still holding out, guys, for a 250 break later on. So you can see Tiger here, you can see Tiger here, you can see Tiger here, and you can see Tiger here. And I'm only pointing this out because a lot of people say, well, how could I have, like, what scan would have picked that up? Well, many. So Wesley, I would probably take a look at, I don't know what country you're in, but I would probably take a look at Interactive Brokers, okay? IB, you just do a search for Interactive Brokers. Um, they specialize in many, many, many countries around the world. Okay, I don't know where you're from, but you can, if you went to the Interactive Brokers homepage, I'm sure somewhere there'd be a list of countries that you can use them to trade. I'm in Canada, not that I'm in Canada, and there, of course, yeah, you can try Holland. I think there's somebody else in. No, I thought we were supposed to call it the Netherlands now. But you're in, but yeah. So there you go. IB is in. So you can use Interactive Brokers. Now I don't know what the minimum is. It probably is different from country to country in terms of how much you have to fund your account. You'd have to find that out. Okay. And I don't know other brokers, but Interactive Brokers, that's their reputation. They're in many, many, many countries around the world. And I've had them, I don't work for them, of course, but I have had them for 8 years now. And I find that they're extremely reliable. A lot of people don't like the platform itself in terms of the look of it and all that, but I don't really give a rip. you know, I just care about, does it function well? I don't, does it look pretty? Probably not compared to other platforms, but all I care about is, does it execute? Okay. And I see Grumpy's being grumpy. Okay, obviously I don't work for IBR, Interactive Brokers, and no Trade Ideas does not, or they do not own Trade Ideas. See, when somebody's new, they might be looking at that. Well, how to use them is up to you. Okay, Wesley. I mean, if you're new to trading, you if you're completely new in stock trading, before Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas. Okay, and it all depends on your trading style. The first thing you should do, in my opinion, is take a look at this, because you have to have an idea. Just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, Trading 101, okay? This is a free series of videos that is designed for people who are brand new to trading. Before you do anything else, I would take a look at this. There's a lot of videos. You don't have to necessarily look at them all, maybe, but I think there are about 38 of them, okay? And because you have to have an idea about what you're seeing when you click on an alert, and what you're seeing, what the chart is trying to tell you. The chart is telling you a story, okay? Yeah, as well. There's all sorts of different trading styles. So for instance, I don't know if you're in when I was talking about this momentum scan. This is what I like to see. But this is the idea behind Trade Ideas, is that you can create your own set of circumstances, your own parameters. So, in this particular one, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And this is what I created. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's one idea, but it doesn't have to be your idea. If like a lot of people hate the idea of, they think that when a stock makes a new high for the day, you're chasing it. And that's fine. But the first thing I would do, because again, I can have a scan that I think is wonderful, but the first thing I do, I click on the symbol and I check my charts, and I say, okay, is it something I want to trade? Because just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. And the only way you can figure something like that out is with some experience, practice. We also have a simulator that you can use. It's a real time simulator, so you can practice trading, trying to figure out what trading style might make sense to you. When I started trading, I didn't know that I wanted to be what's called a momentum trader. I had no idea. I didn't even know what a momentum trader meant. I didn't know what it actually meant. But after several years of agony, and I didn't have Trade Ideas in those days, I kind of figured that, I kind of like to see stocks that are looking really strong near the high of the day. Yeah, the EVGO is certainly, I mean, it's showing up. How many races did it win? Interesting. It did not win a race. Here's ASCS guy showing up on, I'm trying to, the stock shows up on both of these. There's ASTS, and there's, well, it was here. There it is right there, ASTS. Okay, guys. Well, let's see now. I want to see if there's anything. The silver is showing up. This is a buyout. Okay, CDE is buying them. CDE is buying them. So, aha. Now let's take a look at EWTX holding at that 28 level, basing nicely. Okay, and again, it has oh, doesn't have room. That's right. Saw this one earlier. So unfortunately, it doesn't have, and again, when I say room, all I'm doing is looking at the current price, and I look left on a daily chart to see where could it go before it hits another high in the daily chart. Look what it did today. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? 28.54. And what was the high over here? 20, no, a little, actually got a little bit above it. Okay. 28.42, but in that area. And that's where it stalled. And then it came right back down. Yeah. So Grumpy, I have to get rid of that because people might get, I know you're just, kidding around, but people who are new. FLX, you're right. So this, now what was it? 4 million. And what was the price? 1650. Okay. So it is above the IPO price, 1650. Not that many shares offering out there, 4 million. They're not raising that much money. And if somebody can quickly tell me if they're out of China or it's a US stock. No, Grumpy, come on. You know I don't work for IB. I said I don't work for IB. I've said that a million times. You know very well that I don't work for IB. Of course I don't. Well, remember Sober? Sober used to be a flyer here, guys. There's SOBR. Okay. So Sober, I don't know if there's any new news on this one today, but SOBR, I didn't see it halted before, actually. Now I see that RAI shorted forward, but I doubt if many people had shorts available. If you had, no, there's no way IB is going to buy TI. No way. Well, okay, Wesley. Now, if you're new to trading, this is what you're seeing here. These are stocks that have, well, there's typically they're low floats because let's take a look at this one as an example. No, it's not a, yeah, 96,000. I mean, it's no way that it's that low. But yeah, for a stock to move 5%, usually the floats are pretty low. But with that comes stocks that can be very, very volatile. Yes, very, very volatile. And so they can go up quickly, but they can go down quickly. If you're new to trading, I would probably, steer clear for a while because you can get, it requires a lot of, you got to be very nimble. So it is a China stock. Okay. Interesting. This is one of the more high priced China stocks that we've seen in a while. Well, let's see where this one opens. So this screen I'm displaying here. Again, the blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 1868 right there. Where are you? 1868 right there. Symbol's not there, but it is the FLX. And this column is, sort of trying to give you a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. This price does not have to hold, of course. And because it's an IPO, we're not getting a list, I guess, of potential prices, but you can see how this does change. Now, again, if you're new to halts and resumes, typically they are 5 minutes long. So this is obviously more than a 5 minute halt because this got halted at 10:59 plus 33 seconds. So this is not a 5 minute halt. That's typically what they are. It's what's called a volatility halt. Stock moves up too quickly. And so there's a program that kicks in and halts the stock, sort of gives it a breather, a pause. And typically they are 5 minute halts, but if it's not five, then it's usually a multiple of five. So this could be a 10 minute halt. So right now it's 107, 108 right now. So maybe in about a minute and a half, this could open. Wow. Look at sober here. I mean, look at the potential for this open. So it's halted at 598. And this is what I mean. You get a little bigger list when it's not an IPO type stock. Look at that potential open. Now it's interesting because they had news yesterday. Trading lower, the company provided updates and an opportunity for expansion across India, Italy, and Australia. And yesterday that did not help the stock. You can see how it moved down, but for whatever reason, I don't know if there's more news coming out. Yeah, I'm surprised there were shares available for me. So here's the flex now, guys, the FLX. So it did. Wow, look at this, crazy. Look at this. Now this, how many shares have traded? 271. So it's starting to pick up. All right, EVGO now. And when we looked at this yesterday, I think this still had a lot of room. Yeah, we had to back this monthly chart out. And yeah, so I mean, the next high is 791, getting closer, but there is a next high in a monthly chart. So it still has some room. It's interesting. The silver is continuing to move higher, so I think it's tied into the CDE share price. Let me see if I'm right. Yeah, so if CDE moves up, then SILV will probably move up because their CDE is buying SILV, and it's a stock transaction. Wish this had more room. Look at this CFLT. This is really interesting. Great trend up over the whole number. But when you look left on the daily chart, 2034, to me, it's just a little too close where it could stall. Another silver play, guys. I saw PAAS earlier. Also, is there another silver play? The male cat, Gatto. Yeah, look at silver go here. I mean, this is interesting. This ILV. And I saw earlier PAAS, another silver play. Has room. Well, on a monthly chart, let's take a look at on a weekly chart. And let's just take a look at SLV though. Okay, that's the major ETF for silver. And yeah, look at that. All of a sudden, a big pop. And look at the volume that came in. SLV, guys. So yeah, silver. Let's see if gold is following suit or all the precious metals following suit. And the answer is yes. So there's gold and silver. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to get up for a little stretch. There's EVGO continuing. Nice call by Shady on the EVGO a couple of times. And I just, again, that 791 is the next high. But, I don't know if it'll get close to that, but certainly had an interesting day today in terms of what it did early. Looked like it was really just going to sell off. And I just recovered nicely. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Good moment, guys. Boy, this SILV really benefiting from the pop in silver, silver in general, and then with CDE moving, silver in general moving. All right, so silver did just open, guys. Silver, wow, silver open and exploded here. And you know what? That's right. This is not a low float. I mean, it's low. 33 million is not high, but it's not one of the crazy low floaters. And that is SOBR, sober. So on a daily chart, if you're in this one, $7 could be the block. 6.99 is the next high looking left, could be the block. If it somehow takes that out, then you've got 735, and if it takes all that out, then you've got that 930 level. So I don't know what it's going to do. I mean, it is. I don't see. Wow, I don't see any news on this one today. The news that hit yesterday, though, didn't help it at all. Okay, so they did. What did they do? A 1 for 10? Okay, 1 for 10, not 110, right? We have 33 million. So, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Not 1 for 10, 1 for 100, or one. Wow. When did they do that? Yesterday. Thank you, John. Okay, so that's the reason. Okay, so there is no. This is just a stock. Well, and they're all stock plays, but I wonder why 1 for 110. I wonder why they did it that way. All right, so that's the reason. Okay, so that is the reason. Then there's really no other reason for this one moving, just because it's they did the reverse split, turns into a bit of a stock play. All right, guys, 11:22. So I'll be taking a break in about 40 minutes. Oh yeah, we know that. We know why they're doing a stock split. A stock split. We know that, but why it becomes a big trade on the day of? Just traders looking at something to trade. Really, there's no news on that one. Sometimes, if the company is smart, they'll put out, they'll do a stock split, and then they'll try to put out any sort of a news release, just to get a little bit of interest. And so maybe that news that they put out yesterday, finally is taking effect today. Well, look at that drop. I mean, it's almost a dollar. It's a $1.30 drop just like that, and halted on the way down now. So who asked that question before? Wesley. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Wonderful if you're on the right side of this. Horrible if you're on the wrong side. Okay, because now it's been halted on the way down. I was wondering where you were, Captain. Now, did you get an email? Did you get an email by any chance on you're having to fill in your compliance agreement? Okay, that has to be done every year, even if you've done it. Every year we have to submit forms to NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange to prove to people that, or to them, that the majority of our customers are not traders or not don't have a whatever the term is. Yeah, check your email because that happens. It can happen. Not traders. Can't think of the word. We're all traders. Professional. That's what I wanted to say. Professional traders. So check your email, but I'm surprised. Maybe that's what's happened. I don't know how. I don't know because if you disregard it, you might be able to load it, but then it disconnects immediately, perhaps. Now, the other thing you can do, Captain, okay, is send an email. Just give me a moment. Not an email. Start a chat. Just give me a moment as I show you how you can do that. Because it may be hard for you to find the email that we may have sent you, if that's the reason, if that is the reason. Now, could it be a credit card that is expired also? That can happen also. But if you click on my homepage link, and now this is working again, the need help. So click on the need help, click on the chat, give them your email address and tell them what you're going through. Okay, you paid for a year. Okay, tell them, give them your email address so they can take a look at your account. And it may be that, okay, that you didn't fill out the form that goes out to everybody, not at the same time. It's on an annual basis, and see if that's the reason. There's got to be some reason, and that could be it. I hope that's it. Then they'll give you a link to the form. You just fill it out saying, no, I'm not a professional, and then you should be good to go. Okay, if that's the reason. I kind of wondered where you were. All right, EVGO, yes. You might be right, Shady. Maybe eight is in the licensed professional. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So again, with that GSIW, I'm still wondering if maybe later on, 1:30, 2 o'clock, because this is what this is doing for me right now is basing nicely. Okay. And it's a low float. If we get some enthusiasm back later on, taking out that 250, it could go on a late day run. That's why I have a price alert set up in that area in case it does happen later on. Yeah, we have four. Okay, quibbling. You got he has 4.28. We've got 4.63. And I tease you, of course. Okay, it'll be Andy, guys, in our YouTube room in about half an hour, taking over for me. All right, let me see if I put my alert here for EVGO at that high. I don't think I did. There it is, 791. So just a little poll question. How many people had shorts for Ford? Now, don't answer if you have Centerpoint, Cobra, or Trade Zero. For instance, William, do you have shorts for Ford at E-Trade or Fidelity or anybody else with brokers that have shorts for Ford? And the reason I ask is because it is an AI alert, but my feeling is that not a lot of us have shorts for this one. It would have been wonderful. I-77 was the short at $5 right now. That's a 13% move, but I certainly did not have shorts available. Yeah, so I mean, I can call it hard to borrow. Okay, I can say hard to borrow. They can try to find shorts for you, but yeah, this is an interactive broker. So I mean, unless they're readily available, I'm not interested. So Fidelity and E-Trade, no go. Now, I'm sure anybody with Cobra out there, I'm sure they have shorts. EH guys, EH. So this is another China in the airline sector, not an airline, but in the airline sector. So on a monthly chart, let's take a look at the high here on the monthly. It looks like it's at these highs, 1583, a little bit above these highs on the monthly chart. So the next high is 1738. Definitely room on a monthly chart for EH to keep going. Let me bring up my weekly chart. Yeah, so there is some room. So if this gets over 16, this could keep running for a bit. And that is the EHA. Okay, guys, EH on the run here. Whoa. Look at this pop here on the volume. That's the big thing. Look at the volume that came in. To me, these are kind of, for me anyway, they're kind of quick scalping type trades because I don't quite trust that it's going to keep moving. But Tiger guys, Tiger has a chance, in my opinion, and it has a chance. The longer it holds over 10, it really has not been too dependent on the overall China market. It's more of a fintech. The fintechs seem to be trading on their own. So you mentioned, sorry, William, I know you mentioned FUTU earlier. Yeah, so FUTU, fintech. But what was the one you said was not moving? The China fintech that was not moving higher. PDD, okay, PDD. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, cue ball, CUE, guys, on the move here. Big pop here. Volume came in, and on the weekly chart, next high, too close. Too close. 29 for me anyway, too close. Yeah, Wesley, we talked about that. Yeah, you probably weren't here in the pre-market. APOG, one of the few earnings plays today. Yeah, it's an all-time high. But but listen, doesn't mean that you just take the trade without, sometimes you see, excuse me, you can see stocks that have moved up on earnings that look really good, and then they don't do what you think. In this case, sure, this is held and it's an all-time high, but I don't let that sort of news influence me. That okay, I'm just going to buy this because the earnings whisper said it looks good. I mean, as we speak, this is very good looking because it has not really traded off. It's held its gains. Market is holding on. SPY is still mildly positive. Dow is up a little. Nas is up a little. So yeah, the market's given up almost all the gains it had in the pre-market. EH. Wow. Yeah, well, of course it broke it. It's an all-time high for the APOG. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it had a big gap in the pre-market. No kidding. It had a big gap in the pre-market and it continued to move. In this particular case, the earnings results, obviously the market loved it. But sometimes you'll see a gap in the pre-market, market opens, and then it does completely the opposite that you think it should have done. Okay. In this case, yeah, it did move higher, but there's no guarantee that. So if what you're saying is that you saw this in the pre-market, I'm talking to Wesley in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, in the main room. If you saw this in the pre-market, APOG, and it had gapped up, and of course it had gapped up way above all this, and then thinking, okay, this looks really good. I'm going to buy it right now because I think it's going to continue. In this particular case, that would have worked, but it doesn't always happen like that. If it always happened like this, we'd all be multimillionaires. Well, that's why, Roman saying, that's why I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I just like to see things settle down a little bit. And will I miss something that runs immediately? Yes, I will, but it doesn't bother me. I just, I used to be somebody who would trade, try to trade right at the open, something that I thought was good in the pre-market, trade right at the open. And I just got getting taken out too many times. And then the stock might come back later. So I figured, you know what? I'll just wait a bit. All sorts of opportunities. Well, how more Canadian can you get with this symbol, A? EH guys. Now, again, the next high, it broke through all this. And on the monthly chart, we saw that it had room. Yeah, we did see it. It had some room. So I don't want to put a charge into this because this is not a fintech. It seems like the fintech China ones are the ones moving, but because it doesn't like K Web is not unless K Web is all of a sudden had a pop, which it did not. Okay, so and I talk K Web because this is a good indicator about the overall China market. Is what I use anyway. What's the other one? It starts with an F, FXY. I know there's some use. Is it FXY? No, this is a yen. There's another one that people use, and I think it's mainly for the larger cap China stocks. Is it FZI? Really? It doesn't seem familiar to me, but okay. Are you sure? Oh, FXI. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. FXI. Well, let's see what. Yeah, but it's kind of doing the K Web thing. A lot of volume, 31 million. These are the large cap ETFs. 31 million. Let's see what K Web does. Probably less. Yeah, half, about half. So Roman, as long as you save them all to the cloud, you'll have everything there for you. Okay, just say make sure you save everything to the cloud. Okay, so if you have a layout that you created, make sure you do something like this: file, save or share to cloud. Okay, file, save or share to cloud, and you can probably if you have several layouts, that's fine. But click entire layout, probably give it a name. Okay, so as long as, and I also save individual scans, all my individual scans or top lists or races, I save everything into the cloud. Okay. And then when you sign up again, or if you decide to take a break from trade ideas, I'm just talking now in general, take a break from trade ideas as long as you use the same email address that you use to sign up in the first place, everything will be there in the cloud for you. Okay. So that's just make sure you save everything to the cloud. Wow, I wish I took some of the EH off, but continuing to move here. Ah, I missed the tiger. I missed the tiger, guys. The tiger was the other one that I was wanting to take just over 10, and it is now ripping along with EH. Boy, EH is just turning into a monster now. So where do we see EH? Momentum scan. We see it here. Oh, EH. This is way thought it would do. So if you took this one, guys, remember the next high on the monthly chart, it's almost there. So be aware. Well, actually, it still has some room. 1738. I don't think we can see a high on the weekly chart. Let me back it out just a little bit. Yeah, so it's probably the same. 23. Wow, really? Yeah, so that's the same high. So the weekly high and the monthly high, same highs looking left. Look at this move. Look at the volume that came in. That's the key. Okay, guys, I've just about got rid of my entire position. Okay, I mean this has just gone so parabolic. So I'm just about out of my entire position now of EH. I wish I had not got out some early, but I did. But now I'm out my just about my entire position, and it's gone so parabolic. Look at the volume that came in. No tiger in my tank, unfortunately. No Tony the Tiger roaring at me. Nope. All right, BNR. What happened with BNR? BNR actually looks like it got halted on the way up, but it opened a little bit lower. Hmm. And KWeb is not helping either of those two. Well, maybe a little bit now, but nothing spectacular. I mean, it's only up 2.6%. Yeah. So you guys were talking about SMR. So look at OKLO, guys. Right at yesterday's high, again, one of these small nuclear reactors. That's a pretty new sector. We'll call it a sector. SMR doing the same thing. NNE doing the same thing. And how about that light bridge, LTBR? That's one that I hadn't really considered, and it is not doing it. Okay, it is not doing the same thing. So again, the three of them are kind of tied in now: OKLO, SMR, and NNE in that sector. Oh, that was you in the other room, Roman, in the YouTube. Ah, okay. Well, got it worked out for you. So I guess the idea, I mean, what I, glanced at a headline for why these things are moving, with AI and all the power that's going to be needed for AI. I guess this is a conjecture is that these little companies can help or will profit by that, I guess. Is it the warrant or the stock driving it for EVGO? Well, I mean, they're hand in hand. I don't know if one drives the other. I mean, I just look at the stock. I don't really look at the warrant. All right. In our YouTube room, Billy McMillan. Okay, so these buy and sell, you're talking about, so if you can see this here, Billy, I'm pointing on my 5-minute chart, you can see a buy flag. Is that what you're talking about? And sometimes you'll see a sell. Is that what you're talking about? This has nothing to do with our AI, okay? To have access to our AI, you do need a premium subscription, but this has got nothing to do with our AI. This is, so first of all, okay, so this is what you're talking about. Okay, this is this trade called, I always forget what it's called, Trade Wave. Okay, so it's open to standard subscribers right now. Okay, you need to be on our latest beta though. Number one, so I don't know what you're on, but if you click on help and about, it should say 5.6.101. I'm on a development version, so that's why mine says 103. But if you click on help and about, it should say 5.6.101. If not, you have to download the latest beta. So if you don't know how to do that, I'll just put my homepage link in. Okay, click on my homepage link. And at the top here, download. Okay, download beta. Okay, you must be on the latest beta. Now, I would check to see if you are. So, because if it says 0.101, then you are. That's number one. Okay, now, once you're there, if you haven't already, then okay, download it. Then the next step is this. You right click on the chart, right click on a chart, and you must be using the browser interface. Okay, use browser interface. So if you're already on that 101, then just right click on a chart and click check use browser interface. When you do that, there will be an option now up in this right up here that says FX. And when you do that, then you click on that and you click on Trade Wave, and then you will start to see, some of these buy and sell on the chart. Okay, just give me a moment. Now, again, just because you get this little buy, say, I mean, in this case, it would have worked really, really well, of course. But you still, it's an idea. Okay, it doesn't mean when you see it, all right, I'm just taking this thing right away. Okay, it's an idea. Ugh. And so, the tiger, that was wanted that break of 10. Oh, well, there will be others. No, good, Rich. I'm glad to hear that in our main room. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is I will be taking a break very soon, in about 8 minutes or so. Andy will relieve me for about an hour. And so what I'm going to do is just put that announcement up. I'm not gone yet, but soon. Hmm. Okay. Okay, on a break, back around 1 p.m. I'm not gone quite yet. I'm just waiting. I just want to get that in there though. And the other thing I'm going to do for the people who are in our YouTube in our main room is I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. And I call him Mr. China. Okay, he loves China stocks. So I'm sure he is going to be talking at length about China. Okay, so there is the YouTube link, and I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So I do see that this DBRG just signaled for me right here. Took out that high. I guess I was waiting for that, but I'm not going to do anything now because I will be on a break. Yeah, CHSN. I see that well was halted and then it was resumed, right? Or did you get halted again? Halted right again. Shoot. Well, remember I was saying a little earlier that this was kind of dormant. Our halts, the halts resumes, but look at it now, loaded. All right, here's another one, guys. NFE. Is this China? No, it is not China. New Fortress Energy. NFE. This has been an active one. Look at this. Oh man, look at the room it's got on the daily chart. 1131. That's the next high on a daily chart. Over the whole number. This could be something interesting for you guys. I'm not going to do it because I'm going to be taking my break. 964 was the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. The longer it holds over 10. I don't think there's probably no specific news on it. It's just an energy play, gas to power energy infrastructure. Andy, I'm sure Andy cannot wait to get into the room. And I think it's a good idea anyway, guys. Head over to listen to whoever is in YouTube that spells me. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders from Trade Ideas take over for me. We all have different trading styles and different scans that we're willing to share. So that's why I think it's a good idea. Okay, guys, just waiting for Andy to show up. No, the cheap one, guys, but you can see why I don't like some of these because look left and you see all the potential resistance there is right now for AYTR. So are you talking about this, KK? Are you talking about this? This movers to the upside versus move? Okay, on my homepage. Okay, on my homepage. I think I've named it just slightly differently, but it's on my homepage. Let me give you the link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on it, and then scroll down until this section right there, my scans, and it's upside movers versus downside movers. Okay, I've named it just a little. Don't worry about the no RV and all, but is in essence that's what it is. Now, when you load it, it's going to start from 11:58 Eastern time. Okay, This is started from 9:30. So when you load it, it'll be blank, and then you'll start to see tickers coming in. Okay. And there he is. Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. So Andy has just shown up in our YouTube room, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can introduce Mr. China himself, Mr. China himself, Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas, taking over for me for 1 hour. Oh
What's
man, you
happening,
must.
Barry?
What a great couple of weeks you've had.
Yeah, I just needed you to go on vacation, man. It
No,
looks
no
like it.
kidding,
Yeah.
no kidding. I mean, it's been
It's
I
crazy.
kid, but I mean, you have been a China off and on, of course, but you have certainly focused on China for years and years. And wow, what a what a great couple of weeks you've had.
Well, your voice is really fading on me. Let me see.
Oh, really?
Oh, now it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know what? I have this habit sometimes. I move away from my mic.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I like if I
You got
do
a
go
boom
over
mic, huh?
here, it's probably faded, right? A little bit of fade, and now I come back.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh man, yes, yes. It was fun. Of course, as always, Barry. I never hang on as long as I should, with some of
Hmm.
it. But gosh, who would expect a move like that?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy.
Well, and you
But
never know because I mean, as you know why, because the government came
of
out and said,
course,
okay, we're going to do this stimulation and all that. But with China, you never know if they
you
come out, you
don't.
know what? We're not going to do it anymore.
Exactly. And
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 so,
they did it 3 nights in a row, so it wasn't just
yes.
one and yes, it was crazy. I'm like, "Oh, man, I just sold."
So are you at
But
all interested in that IPO that I put in? What was it now? I don't mean right now necessarily, but that's the FLX.
yeah,
Don't
I'll definitely keep it on the radar. I'm not I usually don't trade like the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
but
interesting because this is a more expensive China IPO that I've seen in years. Normally,
okay.
they're all around the $5 level, $4 or $5 level. So this one, coming out at 16 with 4 million shares. I mean, not a lot of shares, not raising a
No.
ton of money, but usually they're just super, super cheap. So this
Right,
is sort
right.
of interesting.
Okay, yeah. I tell you what,
Uh,
it's doing a little stair step right now. You get a
yes,
reversal, it could be interesting, yeah.
they intend, just to tell you what they do, if you care, they intend to provide courier services. Okay.
Okay.
That's what they intend to do. So
Well, there's a lot of people in China, so a lot
that's
of people to
right.
be delivered, yeah. A lot of things to
Even
be
if only
delivered.
0.5% take advantage,
Mhm.
that's a big
No.
market. Okay, my friend. Well, listen,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
take off now.
enjoy your hour off, Barry.
I will.
Alright, buddy.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy, and, we will answer any questions, or I will answer any questions, that you might have about the software, or, if you wanna talk stocks, any stocks you want me to look at. But other than that, yeah, just hit me up in the chat if you need any help with anything. Hey, this LUNR is finally trying to go for me here. It's probably going to run into that 10 period moving average, but nice little pop there. But yeah, quickly going over some of the things I've been doing. Yeah, I got out of I've held some of them. JD, I think I sold my last of my JD in that China. I was doing pretty good with that one, but this day right here got me out. So Baidu, I've kind of kept the position in that one, but and then added to it today. So I'm not. There's that FLX. Lunar like bought a little Neo today on a pullback. I already scalped out a half of it. and I'm short Tesla via the TSLS. I did well on it yesterday, and basically just kind of bought it back where I'd bought it yesterday. So we'll see. Once again, I scalped out a half of that already too. But yeah, let's talk markets. Once again, I was hard to be excited about today, just even after the numbers, because we just really had a hard time going anywhere lately. I mean, basically, if you look right here, we're the same place we were 2 weeks ago, over 2 weeks ago. So not a lot of movement in the market. There's definitely been some good stuff to play though. Hi Peter, my thoughts on PLL. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna have to maybe uh, just uh, get out just a little bit of this Baidu if it can't hold the 10 period moving average. I'm getting tired of this thing going back and forth. Put alert there just in case. PLL. Peel. The bigger the headache, the bigger the pill. It's nice move up almost 18%. Look left, and where does this may be going? You know what, Peter? It may have a date with this level up here, which would be right under the 200-day moving average. Now, I'm not saying today, but maybe so today, and maybe so on Monday. But you got a high going here, right here of 1170, so it's barely above that. So pushing through that, and your next high is uh 1253. So another 75 cents. So yeah, not bad, not bad. It not huge volume, 4.5% relative volume, but nonetheless nice. I bought some of the CBAT earlier because the battery companies over here want this is a little just a pissant China stock that may get going. But getting back to that PLL, Peter, yes, that looks good. I'm definitely not saying buy it right here, and that I would never tell you anything like that. But it looks good, decent volume chart. Like I said, no resistance, and for a while. So I'll put a little alert in case it pulls back. Maybe it gets flushed back down to the low float, 17 million. Boy, Tiger has been on a tear. Look at that thing. Let's just plug too. If it can get through, if it can get through highs, just not a whole lot of volume. But a lot of times when the battery companies are, it's alternative energy, so it gets going with them. But right now, no, no, nothing has to have. If I like a chart, I don't have to have relative volume. Of course, I'm a swing trader. When I was day trading, I would look for more volume, but prices volume doesn't pay. It's on price is what pays. So it just stocks do have a tendency to remain in their path, same direction, when there's volume associated with it. This YY is going to be one to keep an eye on. This is one China stock, that hasn't done anything. Uh, so you can see I have a close. My close position is a losing amount because I was trying it for a swing trade, off this 10 period moving average, or yes, the day before, or 2 days ago. And I, got caught in it yesterday, but did buy it back at the close yesterday. Anyway, scalp some out. But anyway, this is one where you need to keep an eye on it, whether it's a price alert, somebody, I like to kind of anticipate, but if it does, break above this last month's high, it could really get going. Low float, 44 million. But Sohu was the same way. Sohu took forever, and I was in it for like a week before the thing finally had a move to it. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna have to thin out this Baidu here. Just waffling back and forth. I don't want to hold. I don't want to hold this much over the weekend. Who knows what? Who knows what Monday brings with these China stocks? But given the market, guys, I've been doing a lot of sway trading. I call it. It's kind of a combination of day trading and swing trading, where I will, maybe take a position and scalp half of it out, and then try to hold on to the other half, locking in some profits because the market, like I'm saying, I mean, I don't think it's anything to get excited about right now. I know we're hovering around here at all-time highs, but we just really haven't done anything. I feel like there's some, selling going on. All of our moves have been gap ups, going from here, which was just an ugly day, to a gap up there, sold off, gap here. It's just the price action in the short term time frame over the last two periods. I mean, 2 weeks has just not been conducive for me for holding. Okay, plug. See if you can go poke through that 18. Yes, Shaw. I mean, those are something pretty much I've traded well. My entire trading career. I mean, I don't I'm not crazy about it up at these levels. I did well. What where I like these things is when they're beaten up and then they start to basically set up. Yes, yes, Trader 77. It might. I see exactly what you're talking about. Good eye, because let me tell you what Trader 77 is talking about here. And you got a shoulder, you got your left shoulder, and you got your head, and you got your right shoulder. So this one, yeah, has the potential, to be a nice move, explosive move. Nice short float. This is what I like. Steve actually pointed this out one to me today. I mean, I know it was a trade of the week call. And there's one I used to trade quite a bit, but boy, it's just kind of been in the dumps lately. Haven't traded. As a matter of fact, I think this is the first time I've traded in a while. Look at there, Peter. There is your PLL coming through my extreme volume high-low pro. So it looks like it might want, and you can see the next high we talked about. Stocks have a tendency to fulfill their destiny, especially when they have a little volume behind them. So I'd be very surprised if this doesn't make it to 1248. Now I could take a crazy path to get there, but well, Shaw, my a lot of time my strategy is because I look for setups. I don't chase momentum. I look for setups, kind of like this LUNR. Uh, see how it's bouncing off to 20 the last couple of days. Now it's still ugly. You got to get back above the 10 period moving average. Here's my 5 day that it just run into, but I still like the setup. Stock that was strong, you know, had some serious volume and buying going on the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks, and found a level of support being the 20 period moving average. So that was something, so what I do is I typically will buy size and then I will scalp out a half of it really, pretty quick. I'll try, I think I sold some at 58, when it looked like it was going to bar reverse and eventually did. Uh, and that's kind of my style. I see a setup. Now, if you grab size and it doesn't work, you got to be out quick. Like this plug, I got a tight stop on that one. So it depends on the setup. If I'm buying a pullback, that uh trying to think of one that I bought recently. Oh, it was GoDaddy. GoDaddy came down here. It kind of had a gap fill, and you had the 50 period moving average. I took a chance right there, but I you don't know if it's going to turn, and so if it's something like that, I may go in with a quarter size, third of a size, and then if I get a move, which actually I thought I did because I had a bar reversal and I added some more, but then I got stopped out. I stopped out quick on this day. When I'm wrong on something like this, I get out. I get out pretty quick. I don't like draw, like, well, that didn't work. I'm going to give it down here to 150. No, I'm the type of trader that I look for a setup. I have in my mind what it should do out of that setup, and if I'm wrong, I get out pretty quick. Yes, yes. Especially it depends on the market too, I was doing a one-on-one a couple of nights ago, and I told the guy because he was asking about, stops, and I said or how long I would stay in a trade. I said, "Typically, what I do is I look for the meat of the move. I look for a 2 or 3 day move because when you're trading these setups, typically the first 3 days are gonna be explosive." Steve and I used to do this in a business we had, where people could basically attach their money to our account and trade the same things that we do. And that's what we would do. We would look for a setup and then we call it riding a wave. So I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, well, here's an example. Back over, I traded NVIDIA the other day. Okay, this was a beautiful setup. I mentioned in the video, you had a really, really tight wedge, in a stock that typically has a pretty decent ATR, average true range. It was tightening up really tight. And I mentioned, boy, if this thing, goes, it's could have a little pop to it. So, but look here, I It was a very good trade. I had this day and then a second day, and I think I sold my last on this day. Because what happens is typically, especially in a market like this, it's not going anywhere. You'll have, maybe 3 days of movement, and then they start getting tired and sloppy and pulling back. And I don't want to sit through that. I don't want to guess how far it's going to come back on me. This thing would have come back all the way to a flat. I don't like that. I don't like where I have good money and it comes back to a flat. So typically, I'm typically always selling some pretty quick. Now, that being said, if I'm looking at a stock that's kind of bottoming it out, like these China stocks, I'm totally different in something like that. There's no reason to bottom fish if you're just gonna, scalp it out for two days. So you got to be at least be looking for, a decent move. And the same thing goes with the market. If the market's sold off a while and it's starting to bottom, that's when I'll put on small size and I'll hold them for a lot longer, as long as the you get a trend change and as long as that change is working. So a lot depends on the what the market's doing. See, this plug doesn't have I'd like to see some more volume in it, just not doing a whole lot of volume right now. It doesn't have to be a small bar. I like when they tighten up like that, and they wedge and tighten up like that because those I just know those can be really explosive. Trying to think of another one more recent, but it just when you have those, battles where there's going back and forth in a narrow range and that wedge is tightening up, a lot of times they can be very explosive. I can't think of another good example. Maybe we'll see one before the webinar is over. Oh, this was on my list today. It was on my list yesterday. Yeah, big short interest, and today didn't take it at all. Yeah, Trader 77. I didn't trade those today, and I'll tell you why. SMR uh, got me yesterday, and that was just a nasty move. And I mean, I didn't get killed because I came in long and I sold some at the open. And I made some good money on that. But then what I started doing, I started nibbling, buying on these pullbacks. So I thought that, especially at the 10 period movement average, you can see it's been holding that, been holding that. And then yesterday, boom, it just really kind of released and got me out. And so I was a little bit gun shy today. But yeah, I not in any of them. But I know these things. A lot of these they're trading on basically future profits and earnings. I mean, I don't even think any of these even making any money yet. It might be, but I just know these things. If you miss them, don't worry about them. They'll pull back. No, no, you're right. Not all times. You're right. Not all times. Nothing's guaranteed in this business. I definitely it's one thing that I learned. You can't it's like this Baidu, I was certain, this thing was going to, pull back and then and especially on this reversal right here, have a nice move to it. But it's just flopping around and I am not going to want to, probably going to thin out. I got some really nice profits in this over the last move, and I don't want to get complacent with this thing. Okay, this lunar is trying to poke through. The 10-period moving average is 83. It's getting through trying to poke through my 5-day right now. Let me scroll back so maybe you guys can see that. See how influential that 5-day moving average is right here. It's trying to poke through it all afternoon. Couldn't get it. Now we're back up here to it. And if it can get through that and this 10-period moving average, it might have a really beautiful run. Decent short float in this thing. AI stock. There's that OKLO coming through. SMAR coming through. Smurf. Yeah, I think one of those lots I bought was around 10.25 too, so I'm probably gonna. SoFi, I think, was on my list today, or was it yesterday? I like this U today. That was one of the stocks that were on our email list that went out. Nice little pullback. This one's definitely trying to bottom out down here. I know Q's totally impossible to trade. Look at this mess. I mean, it's like, okay. I tried it on this day right here on a pullback and it like just kept going through. Come on, plug, you can do it. Man, this has been a lot of the trading though, what we've seen the last couple of weeks. I mean, there's definitely stuff out there moving, but as far as like playing the market, it's been tough. This J move, it can really get going sometimes, but I guess this was earnings and I just don't trust it. I'll probably take a little bit more if this thing struggles to get through this area. I could definitely see it closing like this. Okay, that peel is pulling back. Well, Tesla's all over the place today. Yeah, that VST's had a great month. That's just been a monster. I think, what is it? There's another one just kind of can't think of the symbols, but it's one of the definitely one of the few. I mean, a lot of them are setting up, but yeah, that one just had a massive move. I did sell a little bit more of that lunar. I'm all about it's just running right into some serious resistance here and having a hard time getting through. So just gonna bang out some profits. Hang on to a little bit, give it a shot. Speaking of wedges, you got something right here that is kind of need to keep an eye on. I'm hoping this one gets tight again, but let's just take a look at NVIDIA here, putting together a beautiful wedge. Now, yeah, what I would love to see is this thing maybe back and fill and just get tight again with some moving averages underneath it because and it could be in either direction, but just set an alert for a break out of that wedge because those can be very explosive. GEV. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Dog, you must follow those stocks. Oh, did plug get through the 18? Let's see if it can do anything. Next high is 26. This EH was definitely a lagging China stock. Think they do like those flying taxis, but that was a nice break this morning above this area. There's the pill alert, Peter. I just don't know if I'm interested. Needs to hold. Like for it to hold. See, was that 70? Yeah. Been in this DTSS for a while. Just a little pissant China play. Keeps holding these moving averages, but just nothing going on. No volume at all. Bitcoin going to highs. Pretty decent move. Yeah, yeah, Mark, I do remember that. Plug used to get some good action. Well, maybe like Trader 77 said, we getting a bottoming pattern here on a inverse head and shoulders would be nice. They got revenues, they just can't make no money. Notice a couple of times a day when the market gets strong, China's gets weak. cake. Yeah, it's always it was a nice little break there. Yep, sure is. What's Texas Roadhouse? Texas Roadhouse. Trying to remember that one. Yeah, TXR. I just can't remember. That one's it's kind of been on my watch list as well. Strong. Yeah, uh, that Baidu can't hold 110. I'm gonna go ahead and sell some. Tired of going back and forth. You gotta yell when you're doing symbols. I thought you'd be you're offering up some cake or something if you didn't use caps. This spy's getting a nice little lift here. Take a look, see what's going on over here in the runners. Yep, retail's having a good day too. The raw stores, this is it's crazy. I mean, it just had earnings the other day. Look at that gap up on earnings. Been selling off ever since. Ooh, I'm gonna put an alert down here just in case it makes it. Might want the whole gap, Bill, though. Ah, plug. You just useless. Boy, look at GovX after just a what a bleed. Some poor soul holding this thing from 10. Well, I survived the pullback on that Baidu so far by 3 cents. Another example why I just don't pull it up and pound it out. Let's take a look at the above all major EVGO. Yeah, look at that move. That's what gets me excited maybe about a short squeeze in that plug. What's that Lissy doing? Ooh, there's your little wedge. Just not crazy about the does showing is showing some nice quarterly revenue growth, but there's a nice little wedge, and if it does get back above that 50, I want to know about it. Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself for not getting that U. That's one I just should have probably bid at the open there. It was one of our video stocks. What were the other ones? It was SOC. What's that doing today? I don't think it's doing much. Man, why are these things not on my list? Oh, there it is. Yeah. It's not doing much. And then Finera, which was just kind of hanging out here, but the signal, it never got the signal on that one. Path is one I feel like it's gonna break out someday. I mean, I tried it a couple of times over here, got stopped out pretty quick, but this is one that just, yeah, hasn't done anything. Make sure I get alert back in there because I want to know if it gets back up to that level again. And this was earnings day. Yeah, it was just ugly after earnings. I did sell another bit of that lunar. Take a look at the China stocks real quick. Tiger just, like I said, just been amazing.
All right, Andy.
Barry, you're early.
I'm a little early because I like to reserve the last 5 minutes for
Sure.
a little sports talk.
Oh, okay.
A little sports talk. So here I am in those two games last night. I'm sure you probably watched or saw
Hmm.
some of them. So bottom of the eighth, 2-0 Milwaukee. It's
Yep.
over. So I switch over to the football game. Watch most of the game. Cousins throws that desperate interception with about a minute and a half left in the
Yep.
game. It's over.
Yep.
And then later on, I always like to check my the scores. I could not
I
freaking
know.
believe that the Mets scored 4 in the top to win, and
That
I
was just
couldn't
unbelievable.
freaking believe
Yes.
that the Falcons won the game in overtime. I
I
couldn't
know.
believe
I
it.
know. Two crazy games. I was sitting there
No
watching. I
kidding.
felt so sorry for Milwaukee, for that, especially that pitcher. I was like, oh gosh.
How many
But
were out when Alonso hit it? You know?
2. So he
Oh,
hit
there
a
were
3 he
two
had a
out.
3-run homer, then they came back and another guy got on and stole second base and
So
they
there were
knocked him
two
out.
out when he hit it. There were two out.
Yes.
Oh, geez, that's even worse.
I know.
I mean, it's bad enough, but
Yeah.
when you're basically maybe a strike away from
Yeah.
winning the game.
Oh yeah.
Wow,
I
wow,
think
wow,
I think
wow.
there was, I'm not certain, but anyway, it's
Yeah,
still, gosh, have it going a 2-run lead and you give up 3 in
yeah.
oh,
The amazing Mets, the amazing Mets.
yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I thought I would just bring that up before we start talking about dreary old stocks again.
Uh,
So, yeah, heard you mention Tiger. I mean, that was my big
oh,
miss, my big miss. I wanted it over $10, and I got sidetracked. Not, I mean, I took another one that worked okay for me, but not like Tiger. Tiger
yes.
just well,
Yeah.
took out
That
10 and
was
just ripped. And it's interesting because it's the China. It seems to be the China fintechs that are
yes.
moving. Because if you look at KWeb And the
Yeah.
other one, they're not really moving that much, but it's actually the China fintechs
Yes,
that
yes,
seem to
they've
be
been
doing
doing
the
well.
moves.
They've been
Yeah.
doing, yes. Which is why I think you have to keep an eye on YY. I know it looks like crap right now. Now it's not. I don't think it's fintech. It's no, but gosh, huge revenues. Uh,
Hmm.
just yeah. I mean, I don't see any reason. Why it's like Sohu. Sohu. I sat in for a whole week waiting for this thing to go. Finally, got a nice little move out of it. And hopefully, there's more to that, and that's what I'm
Right.
expecting. Eventually, maybe this YY to do. That's why I want to just be nibbling at it and be in it. But
Okay. I'll
uh,
take a look at YY. But you're of course you're talking swinging, but
oh yeah, yeah. This is far from breaking out. But what I like to do is anticipate by a little. You can see I actually I did it on this day, catching it, and then yesterday got me out, but I jumped back in today. I'll do that a
mhm,
lot because I'll
mhm.
hopefully eventually hit it. So,
Andy, my TI just actually froze up on me. So why don't you
oh,
answer?
okay,
It's not a big deal. Well, why don't you answer? I think somebody wants your China
okay,
watch
Eric.
list,
Yeah, yeah,
and as I have to end the task.
yeah, Eric. Can you do this? Because if I drop symbols in here, they're all jumbled together, and it's hard. You can't figure them out and break them down. So the best thing to do is just send me an email. You can just send it to info@trade-ideas.com. Trade-ideas.com, and I will give you the symbol list, and I'll also send you the scan. So what you'll have to do is create your watch list and keep them in there. Yeah, good thing to have on your desktop right now for sure. And right now I have this thing at, and what I'll do is come in. I think the $4 is the level. But let me go to filters, and I sometimes what I'll do in the morning is put it on $2, and that way I can get some of these ones that haven't gone, and then I can sort by price and get the little pissants I call them, and this is where you can kind of scroll through and look for something that may, and I still, you know, I, I at some point I think this DTSS, I mean, it's a low float, nothing's going on. You can see it had earnings on this day, tried to run, came back. But anyway, I think it's one you got to keep an eye on. But maybe just wait for the number instead of doing it like me and anticipating and getting whipsawed back and forth.
I'm back.
Okay, good.
But I
Good.
forgot. Actually, I forgot. I still have some of the EH left.
Oh,
And
nice.
yeah,
Yes,
some,
that was a
not
good one.
much. I thought I
Yeah.
was out everything, but I'm not actually. Yeah, so that was the one. It was between EH or Tiger, and I took the EH, and well, could have taken
Yeah.
excuse me, could have taken them both, of course. Tiger a little bit more of a percentage pop, but anyway, Andy, thank you again
Yeah,
for
for sure.
spelling me,
Yeah.
and I guess we got some football to look forward to again, as
Oh, yeah.
always.
Always got football. Yeah.
Always got
Always
football.
got football on the weekends for a while anyway.
Yeah, and some baseball. I mean, good
Oh,
baseball
oh
coming up.
yeah. I'm looking so forward to that Dodgers and San Diego
Oh yeah,
series. That's gonna be a good
yeah,
one. Yeah.
exactly. I hope Shohei does it. Well, I like San Diego also, but
Yes.
I hope Okay, my wish: San Diego wins, but Shohei hits 10 home runs. I don't
There you
know.
go.
So, sort of a win-win. Okay, my friend.
There you
Thanks so
go.
much. We'll see you
All
next
right,
week.
Barry. Yeah, have a good weekend, and everybody, you do the same. Bye bye.
All right, guys. Back. I actually had a little of the EH left. I thought I got rid of everything a little while ago, but I guess I didn't. I have a little bit of the EH left, so hanging on just to see if it can take out that 17. And that's about it, guys. The EVGO, yeah, another new high for the day. EVGO, another new high for the day. The Tiger high for the day, TIGR, which I unfortunately just missed out getting. And here's triple U, guys. This is not uranium. I always mistake this for our uranium play, but it is not a uranium play. Triple U, Universal Security Instruments. So I did a refresh of my trade ideas. So now we're going to have a slightly different look. We're going to get a new, and unfortunately, when I did it, then my trade ideas sort of froze up on me. So that's why I had to do an in the task and come back in it. But now you'll see we'll have a different look of a top 10 list of the large cap gainers and the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Wow, look at EH. Looks like it could take out. Is it down here? No. Could take out 17 now. Yeah, so there's your next high looking left is 1738. 1738 for EH. That's on a monthly chart. I believe when we backed it out on a weekly chart, if it's the same high. So it's a week high and it's a month high. So still have a little bit of room to go if it can take out 17. Interesting. I never thought of that either, William, in terms of ZIM. All right, guys, 1 o'clock now. So this is typically what I'm going to do at 1 o'clock is just go over my homepage one last time. And for those of you who are looking for my scans, just hang on, okay? All right, clicking on my homepage link. As always, at the very top, a way in which you can, take out a subscription. You use this code, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code you find on my homepage. That'll really go a long ways to keeping these rooms free, okay? It's that simple. They're free rooms, but company wants to see that people are using them. And the way they know that is by using my code. It's that simple. Give me one moment, digital. I might be able to help you, okay? How do I scan for reversals? Just give me one moment, okay? Getting started, you must do the get started. If you take out a subscription, you download it. First 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. 2 key ingredients of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is a series of videos for you, all free. Stock of the day video that I do is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. Okay, my scans. Let's see if I still have that. Yes, daily reversals. Okay. So now this is not exactly. Okay, well, first of all, there is a scan I call daily reversals, okay? Digital. But it may not. Are you talking about intraday or intraday? Because I think what this does is this is a stock that was down a lot one day, the previous day, and then up the next day, or vice versa. I think that's what I don't have this one up and running. But are you talking? First of all, can you hear me? Digital marketing. This is in our YouTube room. Can you hear me? Because I do have another one that's called Bouncers Toppers, but I don't have it here. But I can get. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Bouncers Toppers. But I have to know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Digital. I'm only talking to digital. Okay. So this is a daily reversal scan, and this is an intraday. Okay, bouncers and toppers. let me just keep going for a moment here, okay? Just let people know the scans that I am. Oops. So this is a scan that you can see. Okay, the biggest scanners, biggest gainers from the start of the race is up here. I have this one on my other monitor. Okay, large cap right here. I have my momentum scan on my other monitor also. And then the ones that you can actually see, the upside movers, downside movers is here. This is the relative strength leaders is here. And then halts resumes is up here. Halts resumes is up here. Okay, so what you're looking for, so daily reversals, that would be something that, again, a stock that was down quite a bit the day before and then up today, okay? Or vice versa, stock that was up a lot yesterday but down today. So that's what I call a daily reversal. Okay, I'll read your comment just a minute, William. Bouncers toppers. Now, bouncers toppers. There are two scans in there. One, the bouncers is a stock that has been beaten up and then maybe starting to reverse. Okay, to the upside, and then the toppers is another one. Is one that maybe gone a little parabolic and maybe starting to come down. Okay, no guarantee, of course, just because you get an alert that that's what's going to happen. But it'll at least it'll direct you to stocks that have been, sort of beaten up or gone parabolic, and maybe are starting to get right for a reversal. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, click on my homepage link. Okay, digital marketing. So click on my homepage link. I put it in. I just put it in above you. There's my homepage link. Okay, and then when you do that, when you click on my homepage link, you'll be on this page, and then scroll down until you see my scans. Okay, right there, and there's the bouncers toppers, and then there's the daily reversals. All right. Yeah, guys. Boy, if this EVGO takes out 790, still has room, I think. I think I've got my price alert set up in that area. Yeah, right up there. So there's that high, 793. What did I say was the next high on a monthly chart anyway? To back it out a little bit, next high would be 816. So if it can get up there, I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible with this one. If it could, and now if it took that out, then 882. I mean, there's still, and who knows, 1050. So definitely going to be watching this again next week. This is one that had some news, right? A couple of days ago. Had the news yesterday. That's right. This was the $1 billion investment by your DOE. Is that right? Well, JP Morgan, you put a $7 price target on it. I think you've accomplished that. Right. The 1.05 potential loan from the government. Right. With that float, 100 million in the float. I mean, that's the impressive part, really. Big move yesterday, big move today, 21% today. Big move yesterday with that float. Well, when I saw it in the pre-market, I thought, okay, maybe that's going to be it because it was starting to sink in the pre-market a little bit. So this is another China, okay? Bakery products, seasonal products, and beverage products for the CHSN. Saw this one yesterday, the Chanson, and or maybe they pronounce it Chanson. I have no idea, but yeah. So this is halted again, and look at the potential open 1050 from 660. So I have a feeling it won't open there, but this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. I certainly cannot. CHSN is not charitable for me. What's the float in that one? These low flow China stocks, I mean, typically Interactive Brokers doesn't seem to have the shorts available, which in most cases is an excellent thing because, you could have said here, you could have said here, you might even say you said up here. And I mean, if this opens at 1050, I mean, they're so darn tricky to figure out a top for these things. So I wonder why we would have 3.5 million. It's perplexing to me. That's like five times. Yours is about five, not quite five times. I don't know why we would have 3.5 million. Well, it says they'll try to locate. They don't have that big red dot that says no way are we going to allow you to short this. It's just a matter of if you want to try to locate them, fine. But when I see that, I don't even bother. So this actually was a pretty late one for, well, no, I guess it wasn't that late, 10 o'clock for my AI. I didn't really see this one. Look how much it based. I mean, good grief, look how much it based. The alert was at 199 and it didn't move for a couple of hours. And then all of a sudden it started to move. This PW, so what sort of room does it have? On a monthly chart, 270 or so. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. Same. So this has got room. I mean, it's already had a great day yesterday. Power REIT. We saw this in the pre-market. Pre-market. This is on my list of stocks, but I lost interest in it when it didn't do anything for all this time. Meanwhile, this VRNA, I think it's another all-time high. Not including today's high, okay? Not including today's high, but it's been a strong, strong stock. No, Captain, so are you okay? Did they fix you up? Obviously they did, right? What was the issue, if you don't mind telling me? Because I saw the email that you sent in, and they talked about maybe. Oh, but if you update it to the latest version and it's fine. I mean, that shouldn't matter. It should not matter. But okay. Sometimes it's just weird, with thousands of computers out there and all the different setups. I mean, it's a miracle anything works. But no, but seriously, as long as it's working now on a later build. Well, guys, 119. So I'll probably be taking off again around 2:30. Unless there are some questions, I'll stay a little later. William, I'm sure you're not going to stay till 4. Um, what's your agenda today? 3:30, 2:30, 3:30ish. Okay. Wow, Tiger looks like it's going to take out that whole number, 11 whole number now. Now, there was a reason I didn't like the cure earlier, and that was, yeah, right here, QURE, all this right here. I mean, it's possible if it gets through this. If it can get through this on the daily chart, you can see the high today is 522, the high right there, 527, high right there, 524, high right there, 525. So that, but the high right there is 536. So I don't know. I just don't have the confidence that if it can get through 536, I mean, then the next high is around 580. So, hmm. Meanwhile, the market is just doing its thing again. Man, oh man. Look like this, that looked reasonably ominous, but nope. And then again, reasonably ominous, but nope. On an intraday basis, on an intraday basis. Well, there's Tiger over 11 now. Did I say ominous? Ominous. It's late Friday. I'm fine. How are you, Rajesh? How are you? All right, guys. Well, that Tiger is over 11 now. I don't see all the AI alerts in the AI tab. I don't know what you're looking at. If you're talking about this is all I look at, Rajesh. Okay. This is all I look at. Here are the AI alerts today. In my opinion, that's all you really have to look at. And how I would get that up is just click on new, and then the middle one, the premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Now, yeah, okay, AI tab. So I would just look at that. And unless you're talking this, okay. But even if you don't have that, okay, I understand. Now I understand. Yeah, make sure this filter says none. I thought that was the default now, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, make sure it says none instead of if anything is checked, just uncheck it, and then you'll see all the alerts all day long. Okay, if that's what you mean. Thanks, Sam. Is that what you mean? Hey! Wow. AEH exploded over 17. Nice. I don't have that much left, guys, but I have enough that it's making me happy. Now I don't feel quite as badly by not having the tiger. So Rajesh, did that answer your question? Okay, good. Wow. Look at this, EH and Tiger. So EH is up 17% and Tiger is up 21%. So, kind of the same. A couple of China stocks, of course. EH is not a fintech though, but yeah, well, the next high is here, isn't it? Well, it's actually less or more. Sorry, more. The next high, 1738. Yeah, well, 1738 is the next high on the monthly chart, and it's basically right there. Well, almost there. Sorry, 1738 is the next high, and it got up to 1725. So if it takes out 1738, the next high on a monthly chart is 2040. Let me go to a weekly chart. I might have to back that weekly out. Okay, so there's 1738, and I see now why you. Okay, well, 1738 is the next on the weekly, and then if it takes that out, 1758 takes that out, 2040. What a this out of nowhere from you guys. Seriously, I did had because I was looking at KWeb and thinking, well, okay, the China stocks other than fintech are not really. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's not like the China market is on fire today. Interesting that EH is not showing up in any of the. There it is. There's EH there in the race. There it is here down here in the compare count, and then here it is in the momentum scan. Been sort of watching this one, MNSO. Okay, so it pulled back. Watching this one earlier this week to see if it could really break out. It had a nice breakout this morning, and then it pulled back to what? 2034. Wow, look at that, guys. There's a classic potential VWAP play, right? It pulled back right into the VWAP 2034, right into that area, and that acted as support for a while anyway, and is moving higher. Now, Steve would look at this. Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas would look at this, and there's that yellow line is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That could stall it. That could act as resistance. So in between the VWAP and that, PW, you're absolutely right. I'm just losing track of these things. You're gonna an AI alert Did nothing for a couple of hours. 199 now 237. That's a 19%, 20% move now. Late. It's a late breaking one. Okay, guys. Well, I'm probably done for the day in terms of new trades. Anything is possible, I suppose. But look at that PW. Awesome. So good time to ask questions if you have any. I was looking at this NFE earlier. I mean, it held 10. And of course, on a weekly chart, anyway. Well, on a weekly chart, it's got a lot of room. On a daily chart, it's got a lot of room. A lot of room. That's the NFE energy play. Because just look left on this one. I mean, 1133 or so is the next high. 1132 is the next high. Over $1 away. That's a big rally now for ZIM. The low today was about 18, so 1923 now, 27 now. Pretty big rally now for ZIM. This was a nice alert early from our AI, 1891 to short, and it got down to 18. So that's why you have to manage the trades. You just can't let. That's why we don't allow the automation of the AI anymore. Boy, this CHSN is still halted. Wow. As you said, William, you said halted at 12:43. So, wow, almost an hour now. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but here's your potential open 11:50. I refuse to believe it'll open at 11:50. Maybe they're waiting to see if you can get some more realistic bid asks. I don't know. It's all I can think of. I just don't believe it's going to open at 11:50. And it is a volatility halt. It is not a news halt. Well, especially when you see something as crazy as this, William. I mean, would I be right in assuming that the reason they're halting it for so long is that they want to see a better bid ask? Would that make sense? It's the only thing I can think of is that they don't want this thing to open at 1150 from 660. The market makers are they're not going along with it. Okay, well, listen, guys, I'm not seeing too many questions. So what I'm going to do is I'll put myself on mute. I'll hop right back. Wow, look at that PW. Hop right back on the mic if there's a question, okay, or if I have something that might be of any interest to say. But right now, I think I'll just put myself on mute. Well, this is getting more ridiculous. Okay, this the longer this takes to open. This is now over an hour. But look at now this bid ask stacking up 13.95, 14. I sure that's got to be the reason they're waiting to see if market makers will come in with a more realistic open because there's no way it's going to open at 15. Famous last words, but wow, Tiger. Boy, this is the highest this has been in a long time. Let's see. This is back 4 years. 4 years to get these highs of 15. Okay. So this is 4 years ago. Do I ever, okay, on our YouTube room, do you ever play reversal before play? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean, do I anticipate something might reverse? I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. I don't quite understand the question. Do you play reversal before play? Do you mean, do I try to anticipate that something's going to reverse? Close. Do you play reversal before close? Still don't know because remember, if you're asking, I'm not holding anything. So overnight, or you mean or a bar closing, or I'm not a big reversal player. Number one, so no, again, I'm not 100% sure I understand the question. If you were, I know you were in their YouTube room with Andy. I know Andy plays a lot of. He'll do some he will do some anticipatory trades. I don't. Okay. Well, now, what type of trade do I usually take after 3 p.m.? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, number one, I'm usually gone at 2:30, right? Between 2:30 and quarter to 3. The only time I'll take a trade at 3 p.m. or later is if it's one like, then it's probably not going to do it. But and usually it'll have done it already if it's going to do it. But like the GSIW, okay? Had it been basing up here a bit and then maybe taking a pop through the high of the day because of all the room it's got, there is something that I'd be watching. But remember, I'm usually gone at by quarter to 3, so a lot of times that's it for me. I'm not taking any trades. How many trades do I take a day? Approximately, well, probably no more than 4 or 5, Johnny. I mean, not every day is the same, but I'm not a trader. I'm not like I don't trade 10, 15 times a day. Sometimes maybe the same stock several times, but as far as different stocks are concerned, I agree, William. There's no such thing as power hour anymore, really, in my opinion. No, I don't do reversal trades before the close. I'm almost the only time I do. In fact, the only time I'll do an after hours trade is if okay, maybe I'm in something already and I'll get out of it after hours, or if something been like for instance the GSIW, okay, and now Friday afternoon it's sort of I probably wouldn't do it on a Friday afternoon either, but let's just say I was not in GSIW and it was basing near the high of the day, and then after hours happens and it starts to move. Sometimes I'll do that, but to be honest, I'm not usually watching the market anymore, so I've had it. I've had enough. I don't need to trade after hours. But if I am around, that's the only time I'll typically initiate a new trade of a stock after hours. It was something that was really strong, closed strong, and then I saw it moving, and it had room. Of course, always has to have room. But I can't remember the last time I did that though. No, I would never have a yacht pole, even if I could afford it. I'm not a big water. I'm not a big water. I'm not afraid of the water, but I just don't really care that much about water, even though I live on sort of an ocean. I wonder what this is going to do next week, guys. This FLX. This is the China IPO, 4 million shares, priced at 16.50. It's above the IPO price. So I wonder what this one will do next week. I'm going to stick an alert around 20 and see if next week it gets over 20. Oh, I know. There's lots of water. Well, I mean, Tiger had a little pullback, but not horrible. I mean, it still has room when we look left on a monthly chart. I think what did I say? 4 years ago, 4 years ago, there's a high. The Strait of Juan de Fuca. Okay, well, this one did. Oh, wow. I remember this one when it was a lot more expensive, guys. UAVS. Remember this when this was a lot more expensive? I just got halted, and this is a news halt. I remember this. Yeah, this AG Eagle Aerial Systems. They announced a 1 for 50 reverse split. So that'll be effective when? October 14th? A 1 for 50 reverse split, effective October 14th. So 10 days from now. Yeah, they're not budging. They're not budging. They're not. I don't think they're not going to allow this to hold at 50. I think that's the reason it's not opening. No, there's no, you can't force a market maker to, put a lower price in. You can't force anybody to do that. But if I were in this right now, I mean, it would, I wouldn't be too nervous. Assuming you're in earlier, but now we're talking about what? Whew, over an hour now. Maybe. Haven't seen one like this in a long, long time. Sorry, guys, back on mute. Well, Paul, I would agree with you, but I don't see how they can force a market maker to put a more realistic bid. I don't see how they can force anybody to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, how can you force a market maker to come in at a realistic bid? We'll yank your license unless I mean seriously. But and William might be right about the ownership thing, but that's the to me that's the reason this has not budged. Well, which market maker though are you going to pick on to say, okay, you, Mr. Market Maker, because there's probably could be several of them. You, Mr. Market Maker, have to put in a bid at 7. So, Captain, you seem to know a lot about this stuff. What would you say that is probably the reason why they're not opening? Because no market maker wants to budge? As you say, there are usually 10, at least 10 market makers per stock. Is it because nobody wants to budge from that 15? Ah, okay. Somebody's breaking ranks. Now 14:30. All right, guys. Well, it did open, and my goodness, it did open higher. It did open a lot higher. I'm surprised. It opened actually at 11.99, 13.19 right now, or 13.19 on the bid, and now just got halted again. All right, who took the who was nervy enough to take it? Sorry, I'm way back on my mic. I get it. Anybody nervy enough to take it? But it's halted again, and now for how long? Now, at least we're getting a little more of a realistic bid ask. You can, John. Yeah, just go to my homepage to link in. So, John, just go to my homepage, click on the link that I just put in there, scroll down, center section, my scans, and there it is right there. Biggest gainers from the start of the race right there. There's the link. Okay. And remember, if you load it now, you're not going to see all this. Okay. You're loading, if you do happen to load it right now, John, because you're starting it at 218. This is from, well, actually, I did a reboot around noon Eastern or 12:15 Eastern, but you're not going to see, you'll start to see, you won't see anything, quite frankly, until, well, 30 seconds in, and then you'll start to see some stocks moving. Well, you can make it start anytime you want. I don't start at pre-market, but you can make it start anytime you want. Um, Let me just show you what I mean. Just give me a moment as I load it. Okay, so now it started. Now to stop it, just click the box. Now this is all in the guide, okay? And then it stops it. Right click and show the race setup. Show the race setup. And I'm starting it at 9:30, but you can start it. You can start it anytime you want. So I mean, if you're getting up at 4 Eastern time, I mean that's when we start getting our data. But you can start it anytime you want. I want to start it at 9:30, but you can of course adjust that anytime you want. And you can also say auto start on load. So when you load it, in other words, you can say, when you load trade ideas, you can say, okay, auto start on load. That'll, I guess, preempt that. Okay. And let me make sure of that because I don't think I've got the relative volume in here. Oh, Duo just got halted. I don't think I've got the relative volume in here. No, so you can, yeah, you can. This is the top list it's based on. So yeah, you can run it in the pre-market if you want. Well, certainly nobody is saying it isn't a pump and dump. They're all junk. They're all junk. It's all a bunch of nonsense. But all we try to do is take advantage of some of the nonsense and make some money on it. Okay. We're not certainly looking at these and trying to analyze the fundamentals. Does this company make money? Does really? But at least look at this. At least now, look at the difference. Okay, here. So when this will probably only be a 5-minute halt. 216. No, maybe not. No, it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt, even though the bid ask is a little more in tune with the halt. Well, I won't be around probably, guys, for this to open. So, oh, it just opened. Sorry, it just opened. Oh, look at that. It opened lower, lower. It would surprise me. Now, will that remain lower, or is it gonna soar above it, or is it gonna get halted on the way down? Ah, shoot. You know what? I was gonna take a little bit just for fun, but it's gonna get halted right now. It's gonna get halted. Yeah. Ah, yeah. I missed out. I was gonna take just a little bit, just for fun. And now you got your potential open above that halt price. Well, guys, with that in mind, I think I'll just take off now. If you had been able to sell it, it got halted so quickly. Okay, guys, 223. So I think I will take off now. Unless there's some questions, I will hang around. But what I'm going to do now for the people who are still in YouTube, I'll put the main trading room link in, or how you can access it if you still want to, talk about trading until 3:30 Eastern time. It's now 2:23 Eastern time. So if you click on my homepage link, this is for people in YouTube. Click on my homepage link. And at the top, you'll see, I'll expand this a bit. Oops. There we go. Trading room. Okay. You can click on trading room. No, I almost got it, but I did not. Big O. Trading room. Okay. And that'll get you into the main room. Only for people who are in our YouTube room who want to keep talking stock until about 3:30. Okay. Okay, guys, I think that's it. So thanks for all the help all week. We'll start doing this again Monday morning. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great weekend and we'll see you then. So I'm going to shut down the main room in terms of the screen sharing and of course I'll be off the mic. So I'm muting myself now. And for YouTubers,